Welcome. Welcome. I don't know why I start every video with just welcome. I'm still in the mindset of recording for classes and stuff. I've been using Zoom to record most of my videos for YouTube up to now. But once or twice I've used this software called OBS. It stands for something, I'm sure. But I figured I'd actually switch to it. Zoom is a software made for video conferencing and calls and stuff, and OBS is actually a screen capture software people use for like streaming and YouTube and whatnot. I've been using Zoom because I just know it well from a teaching class and like having to use Zoom all the time and doing meetings and recording myself through it, and it's fairly simple actually, just like smacking a start recording button and then doing whatever you want to on your computer. But this software, OBS and others like it, like I said, they're made for streaming and videos, so a lot more features, just like more to learn and stuff, which I don't necessarily have time for, but might as well. I kind of had to for this video, because I'm going to be playing a lot of my own YouTube videos, most of them, maybe all of them, I don't know. And the audio in Zoom really doesn't like you like playing videos while the microphone is recording and stuff, and it definitely doesn't like binaural, like stereo kind of audio, and just a bunch of other weird things. So I kind of I had this on my computer, updated it, and I'm using it. There are a lot of differences, obviously. I don't talk too much about the software, but a big one that I have to get used to is like this image of me, the webcam image. You can see it, and the recording can see it, but when I look at my computer, all I see is the software here, and it doesn't show me the camera myself, so I can't really look at myself. Because most people who stream and do these sorts of things have like two monitors or whatever, and they'll like be looking at one while they're like their image is on another one, so they can kind of keep track and mess with software and stuff while they're streaming and whatever. I figure I'd just include the software itself and kind of show what it does and how it works while I'm doing this. This is the first time not the first time using it, but the first time I'm trying to use it. If that makes any sense. I've also, I've used like Windows built-in like screen capturing stuff made for capturing video games and stuff mostly. But that has its own problems as well. I think like a 2-hour recording limit. Whereas this is, as far as I know, infinite and free and all that. It's good stuff. OBS, as far as I know, is, like I said, second or third time using it. This video got off on a tangent a bit, but I've been a little too busy to upload videos the last couple weeks, so this is like an intermission for the weekly like album updates I've been doing. They're halfway-ish through, so intermission, whatever. I'm gonna be doing something I've been wanting to do for a bit, at least like since I've started doing this album in the series thing, which is going through all of my old videos and just remembering them. See how much I remember about them. Talking about them a bit. Maybe I'll talk about the songs if it's a song that I feel like talking about. Talk about the video. Talk about the thumbnails and the descriptions and all that crap that I've had to do as part of art. Making a YouTube channel, which is a lot. So also just feel like this is a popular thing on the internet, making like a tier list, S, A, B, C, D, from like best to worst. So I'm gonna rate my own videos based on whatever. Nothing in particular, just how much I like them or am fond of them, or like to rewatch them or something, or how much I learned from them. I haven't really decided yet. I haven't really decided or thought any of this through yet, other than I'm going to go through my old videos and watch them and think about them. It's become a little unwieldy to do so. I used to, when I had a smaller number of videos, I was able to just like go through them like little playlists on repeat or whatever, and learn things by listening to myself in recordings of various different types of songs or different microphones or whatever, different recording setups, just to see the audio differences and learn about guitar, learn about singing, learn about video making and audio mixing and all that stuff just passively by having it sort of on repeat by walking around town. Don't do that anymore unless I'm working on a new song, and I'll like record it and play it over and over again, or I'll play like the guitar part and like try to think of lyrics while I walk around. I've definitely refined my process, so this is a bit of a history lesson, I guess, as well, and I'll go over all the decisions I made and things I did. If I went over everything, I'm sure it would be 10 hours or something. That's a random number, but I'm sure it'd be some long amount of time, so I'm just going to talk about whatever comes to my mind. A few interesting things about each video, mostly. But, this is going to be my 59th video. I have 49 on my channel. It's kind of crazy. Started 2.5-ish years ago. Oh, let's see. Do I have a story? Do I have a story about how I started? I think I've already told it before, maybe, but what do I remember about it right now on the spot? I know I recorded it right when I got home from a walk, but there was like, I guess a couple months leading up to me like wanting to make a channel, I guess. Just it was a year and a half or so into COVID. I hadn't seen like my family in a while, a lot of my friends in a while, and a lot of people had asked about hearing my music or something. So many people that it had built up, and I needed to go ahead and create something. I'd share it with people, and I update people on how my life was going and whatnot. And a few months prior to this first video, I'd really gotten back into playing guitar after I'd taken a long break. Like I was teaching and writing songs and stuff, but getting back into guitar, getting back into recording myself and whatnot, and like setting up microphones and stuff, that all happened a few months prior, as I was just learning and experimenting with stuff. I didn't really have some set goal to make a video or some timeline or an idea of what the first video would be or anything. I was just going for a walk, got home, it felt like recording, so I did it. So I'm in, let's do it. I'm in like my walking shirt and my hat and stuff. Well, my old apartment. And this is a microphone I got for research, actually. What happens if I full screen this? I absolutely know what that... I guess it full screens it in the recording. Well, I'll figure it out later. I'll leave it like this, but... oh yeah, this microphone I got for research, and I used it for a while to like build some software that like detects people's emotions and adapts things on the computer to them. Then at some point, like quarantine happened, and I had a microphone, and I was playing guitar, so I might as well record myself and see what it sounds like, and that will like help me work on my voice and stuff. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. Let's see, 10 likes. Who are these 10 random people? I think this is probably my most famous video. Famous. 235 views. Who are these people? I've not given out my information to 235 people. So I have no idea who these random people are. I've given stickers to a couple dozen people maybe if the topic comes up. It's pretty rare that I actually tell anyone about my YouTube channel, and if I do, I usually don't like tell them what it is unless they insist and kind of push to learn about it. It's like a few students have done, and I've had a few good conversations with like music people and audio people, and then they give me a business card and I give them my sticker and we talk about it, and then I don't know how this stupid networking and marketing thing works, so I just don't even try. And I just if somebody I meet in person is interested in art and stuff, and we have a conversation and it comes up, I'll talk about it. I don't know. I've tried to talk a ton about other stuff related to this video. It is the first one. It's very meaningful to me. I play AI Afterlife a lot still, and it was a first song I wrote and like sang that felt like uniquely me, I guess. Before then I was just experimenting with trying to like copy other sounds and whatnot, and I had some other agenda of like learning skills and stuff, and I didn't really take them too extremely seriously. But yeah, Afterlife, I have no idea how I came up with the idea. Don't really remember. I don't know. It just fit my idea of my own personality, I guess, and the style of music I kind of want to play. I've gotten way better at singing since then. Not just like technically of like knowing like how to hit notes and stuff. I mean, I definitely have expanded my range a lot, but more so when I watched like this video, I realized how much better I've gotten at like making things sound more musical, like the transitions between notes and like little flourishes and stuff that you do, and vibratos and stuff. Just since I practiced so much and tried so much in different ways with different songs, they just kind of come out like I'm talking when I sing now. Whereas at this point, and for a year or so after I recorded this video, singing was a lot more forced, or it was like an activity that I had to think about and like put energy into doing, and now it's a lot more natural for the most part. Especially when I sing these old songs, they just like flow out. So I have to push myself to sing in styles that aren't something I'm comfortable with nowadays, to try to expand and learn a bit more. What other random stuff? Like the whole art thing to me and singer-songwriter thing to me, it's a lot more than just the sounds and of the guitar and my voice. It's also like thumbnails. You have to put some effort into thinking about what you're going to use as your thumbnail. YouTube gives like a few suggestions from your video of like key moments or something, which I use for the most part during the beginning, just whatever, before I started making my own. And then I started putting more thought into like the thumbnails and descriptions, even these stupid little titles. I always have to make each individual video have some ridiculous, unique title. Why not? Who cares? This isn't for anyone. Yeah, so I made this to show my nieces and nephew. Yeah, that was the main thing. Just to show people I hadn't seen in a while that I care about. Anyone else is trespassing, I forgive you. Yeah, and I still have no idea what genre I really sing. I just tell people folk songs, I guess, about psychology and technology and modern stuff. That's good enough. And if they ask more questions, maybe I can get more detail. But what are genres anyway? Like I can't really tell the difference between genres that exist, like rock and metal, and the 18,000 variations of metal and rock, and various other types of folk and stuff. Like like some people I've told I sing folk music, and they give me a list of like 24 different types of folk music. I'm like, I have no idea. I just sing songs, and voice comes out, and I record. That's it. So it sounds good to me or whatever. But that's enough wasting time. This video is already going to be long enough as it is. Let's share a little bit of the old AI Afterlife. I'll turn my microphone off temporarily while I play these, I guess.
Took a look through the mirror to make it appear that my vision's alright. I'm not a static appliance, and I don't rely on satellites. I've got better things to spy on than your domestic flights. I might sell myself an implanted AI afterlife.
If you're purchasing... Yeah. You know how it goes. It's the song that's the most on my channel out of any of the other songs. And yeah, I input all the lyrics myself manually as well. I guess I could have put them down here in the description. Whatever. I don't think I've even done that for my album versions, like put the lyrics in the description. And my voice... I don't know, I listen to it, definitely sounds different, and it's not just because my voice has changed from learning how to sing. Also, like, the microphone is different, and I've learned so much about the differences between microphones. Not that I'm a master or anything, but this one I use now, this Bluebird that we'll see a few videos from now, it's a much nicer microphone, meant more for this type of thing, and I specifically found a microphone now that captures like raw sound as much as possible, which this Bluebird microphone is known to do. Whereas this microphone here uses USB, and the frequency range is not like natural. It only captures certain frequencies, like better or worse than others. I used to know a lot more about it. It uses like a cardioid recording pattern, and the frequency distribution is slightly uneven to better capture voice or so. I don't remember. I researched this microphone a lot when I was doing research, and it was specifically the best for capturing in the frequency ranges that I needed for research. But in terms of recording for like YouTube and making videos and recording myself sing, this microphone I have now is better for all that. Anyways, I love AI Afterlife a lot. I'm gonna put it in S tier. It's an S tier song. I still play it a lot, a few times a week at least. Not like every time, not every day, not every time I practice or whatever, but I play it a lot. I love it. And I love this video just because it's my first video ever. Who wouldn't? And it's my most popular video. Got the most likes. Got the most views. Oh, I'm famous. Who are these 235 people? I don't think I've like talked to 235 people in my life. Well, probably, but yeah. And this video I recorded the day after. I don't know, I just wanted, I got that high from recording the first video. Not really high, that's why I was searching for another word for it. I got the positivity from recording it the first time, and I was surprisingly like okay with recording myself and putting it on YouTube and sharing it with a handful of people. And I like the millennial itch a lot too. And I was like, might as well just keep going with it and keep recording myself. I didn't really have a plan to do so. But Millennial Lich, again, I love this song. I'm gonna go ahead and let's put that there. I'm gonna go ahead and do something. I don't know. I got distracted. Play something. What was I doing? I always get an idea and then get distracted and then go do something else and then come back and forget what I was talking about. But I was going to talk about the guitars. Yeah, these two videos I was using a smaller guitar. This isn't the same one, but the same sort of size. This is a travel guitar. Sorry about loud noises. This is a travel guitar. Kind of tiny. But also like very shallow. It's almost as small as my baritone ukulele. Whereas this is like a full guitar, which is much thicker, much more deep in its sound. But I was pacing around a lot while, like during the summer while I was writing these, and pacing around a lot while I played guitar. And this song is based around like that, like me pacing around and kind of learning how to move my body with the repetitive movement of taking steps while walking around my apartment in a rhythmic fashion. And I learned to like practice my style of playing guitar that I developed of like using my whole arm, even though I was just beginning. You know, most people who are beginning, they learn how to pick and how to strum with a guitar pick or something. And I wanted to use my hand and capture as much of the emotional like value of my movement is possible. That's what music is. It's emotion. Like I said, I study emotion. So I just wanted to try to naturally capture the movement of my body in the sound of the guitar, like moving it around as much as possible and kind of rotating my hand around the neck of the guitar to get different sounds, which I learned so much from about like what angle to hit the strings at, and how hard to hit them and how far to move my hand away, and then like how there's an infinite number of variations of how to hold your fingers while strumming your guitar and hitting it with different fingers. You hit it with the thumb or the index finger, or two fingers at once, or alternating between fingers, or going back and forth, or going just down, or blah 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 blah. There's so many different variations in how you can approach playing one single note that I played with a lot in the beginning. So this style of like scratching the guitar in different ways was a big inspiration for this song, of like the itch part. And I tried to incorporate like the word scratch in its different meanings of like money and actually like physically scratching something, and then like a record scratch later on, which is more like a disturbance in one's life or whatever. Those three meanings. While singing about like money, which is a very I don't know, generic thing to sing about and think about. So I was focusing on the movement and the guitar sound and stuff, and the guitar form and the lyrics. I tried to make as like a cliche as possible, just to string together a bunch of different cliches in like a creative way, which is just talking, but I tried to think of as many like old school like southern folk kind of cliches and stuff to slide in there. Another day, another dollar and stuff. Working 9 to 5, all that captured in there. Even though like I really hadn't ever listened to folk music or any country music or anything. I wasn't really a fan of it. But I was learning how to move my arm, and I was simultaneously like learning and practicing how to make like a country accent and sing in different accents. Yeah. I was learning a ton back in the day with each individual song, and like testing and pushing in a bunch of different ways. I don't really care if the songs are good or not. I just love learning while I make them and play them. But Millennial Lich, I love it as much as AI Afterlife, if not more. It's really fun to play. And if I ever have to like play a song publicly for someone who doesn't know me very well or something, this is probably the song I'd go with. The most appealing from the outside, I think, without knowing who I am. It's just a fun little inconsequential sort of song with some creative little wordplay elements in it. So fun to play, and all the arm movements and stuff are incorporated, are fun to do as well. Man, I didn't prepare for this video, by the way, so I have no idea what these descriptions say. Let's see what I put in this one. Oh, I'm just complaining about the YouTube algorithm. I'm supposed to put keywords into these descriptions to trick YouTube's algorithm into showing my video to people, I guess. Pass. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by the video, whatever. Oh yeah, I just put random whatever crap comes to the top of my head as I'm putting the video into YouTube and it's uploading is what I write. Sometimes I have a better idea. Let's listen to a little bit of Millennial Lich. I love listening to it.
Try to make something of myself, but where's the fun in that? I'd rather break down and start over from scratch.
That microphone. The microphone in my old style of singing sounded relatively whiny, high pitched. I don't know. And my country accent was a little fake sounding as well. I'm much better at making accents now. Country or Irish accent, pirate accent, randomish sorts of accents. Much better at doing. And try to make something of myself. It feels more natural. What else? The most feedback I got on this video though is people like the hat. Just the idea of wearing a stupid cowboy hat underneath a pair of headphones. And I did it because I thought it would look stupid and ridiculous. So that worked, I guess. And it's kind of a theme throughout me learning how to make videos and stuff. People like the little additional things like that, little funny things in the backgrounds, or about my clothes, or some silly thing I do at the beginning or end or something. Has a lot more meaning in people's minds than like the song itself, because it's what makes it unique. Songs aren't unique. Everyone can sing. It's the things you do with it to give it your own personality and whatnot. Again, wrote my own lyrics into the subtitles just for accessibility reasons. It takes so much time to do that, though. I kind of want to go over the process of how it works. You got to enter it in all like manually. YouTube can try to auto detect it, and it can try to like auto fill in the words and stuff, and it just fails at it. We're not there yet, or I don't know if we'll ever be there. Okay, back here. Okay, if I middle click, I don't have to do backspace. It can just go into a new tab. There we go. So yeah, I already did this, right? Yeah, that's a tier S. Technically, they should all just be tier S because they all have their own individual uniqueness. I learned something from each and every one of these individual videos. Oh, I wrote a lot for this one. This was the first time I tried, or the first excursion into trying to use Unity to make like a real-time music visualizer, which I've sort of abandoned since then because there's just a lot of issues with it, with Unity itself, and with trying to like create a video in real time. It's a lot more like I want to say like intuitive and easy to use like Blender and make videos. So the computer has time to like process every single frame and make it look better. Whereas a lot of these music visualizers I made in Unity, there's a lot of stuff going on and it like lags, and it messes up the audio a bit sometimes. I guess like when Unity's running and I'm trying to record audio as well, there's like little skips and stuff. It'll be a long time in these videos till I figure that out. Yeah, Album Visualizer version 0.0, meaning I just kind of threw whatever I could together to get a general sense of how I wanted the visualizer to look. I know I wanted like half of like my brand of red and my brand of blue, which in Unity, because of the skyboxes and whatnot, it doesn't look like my particular colors whatsoever. And then what? There's all these random shapes and whatnot. 6 like guitar strings that are somewhat calibrated to the 6 strings of a guitar. Well, I learned like a million little things in Unity while making this that I didn't know how to do, like how to. I'll mute it so you can see it in action. I learned how to make like the water and modify a bunch of settings of the water to make it move the right way, it look the right way, and has the right colors and stuff, and the reflectivity. And I learned how to, make lines. They're just called lines in Unity. These white things that you could put any algorithm, any math into, and it'll like put it into the line and create it, just like using a graphing calculator or something. But it can like auto update with audio information and do like an audio sound wave. So I was experimenting with different ways of using that. Just trying to do like fuzzy vibrations based around the frequencies of the different guitar strings here. I also had to learn how to make like text, like floating text in the user interface of Unity, and have it like scroll up and like disappear and appear at the right spots. That was a lot of programming and setting up as well. So it's like I acknowledge it's this basic kind of ugly prototype, and the words are small and blah blah blah. There's 100 little like accessibility things that could be improved with it, but it was just like I said, excursion into trying to just trying with the idea of creating a music visualizer in Unity. The song started. Let's turn on closed captioning. The song started with lyrics. Okay. I didn't add closed captioning because the words are actually on the video. It started with the lyrics. Unlike Chewbacca's dick, you're hairless. I don't know. I thought of that line while walking around town. I think just like listening to the guitar part of this because I didn't have any like lyrics for it or whatever. And you know, those lyrics came in my head, and I thought it was funny. And I was like, I ran with it, made a song about it. Back in those early days, I was more interested in just experimenting and learning new things rather than trying to make something that actually made sense or sounded good or anything. But this song ended up being about a few things. It's called Plight of the Flyman. There's a reason it didn't make it to the album that I first made or anything. I'm not really a huge fan of it. But a flyman is someone who like is in the background of like theater performances. So like in the back, like moving the curtains, and I'm not sure what else. I've never done drama or theater or whatever. I don't really know what a flyman does. I researched it at the time. And it's sort of about like being a fly on the wall as well, like an introvert, and in regards to the theater drama version of Flyman, it's about like the voice in your head that kind of tells you what to do, or it's you trying to control your body and brain and stuff, or whatever you is that's in the background, kind of passively trying to doing its best to lead you through life. I'm not even sure I know like the chords. Never mind, I know the chords. It wasn't that complicated. It's just E minor, C, G, D, over and over again. Typically how most of my earlier songs went. It's just like 4 chords over and over again, with me coming up with melodic patterns over it. What did I guess I wrote about the things I did in Unity. Yeah, that's boring. We don't need to read that. Yeah, whatever.
Your threats are meaningless, so go get pissed. Leave my friends alone, unlike Chewbacca's dick. You're hairless and I'll take you on my own. I hide my gut reactions with jokes and sarcastic quips. In all these situations, they ask me if I'm serious. I don't know by some fraction, but more important is the tone. I know I can't be alone. I know that I can't be alone. Using your violence just to silence others' viewpoints is a shame. Have your proctologist prescribe you something for your chronic pain.
Yeah. The theme of the song was just what ridiculous nonsense can I come up with, but sing it completely seriously. So I don't know. It makes it more funny to me. Most of the time, I like my humor is just saying ridiculous things, but in a serious way. Oh, there's so much laughs and teaching and stuff by just pretending to be like angry at something, or you pretending to not understand something and like acting, I guess. But I love that. I love just saying ridiculous things in a serious way. Ask your proctologist to prescribe you something for your chronic pain. I like that song, but putting I'm not rating the songs with it. I'm rating the videos and how much I still haven't decided what I'm rating this based on. Let's stick it. It's definitely not as good as these, but I like it just because it's the only video on YouTube that talks about how Chewbacca's dick is hairy. I guarantee that that's not the case. I guarantee there's some in-depth Chewie wiener video, but let's not talk about that. Let's close that now. Oh, and let's see. Then I continued on my endeavors of doing a million random things in Unity, just to learn them all and making it into a sort of noisy visualizer with this next video, next set of videos. Really, I'll start with this one. Oh, the line at the door. I love this video. I think it was the last one on my album. I play it occasionally. I don't know. It's sort of sappier something. Maybe not sappy is the word. Something. But I like singing this one a lot, especially at the time I was like making it. It's the first song I really I had like a story going on in my head, like visually, as I was writing the song, and I tried to make it, somewhat narrative, where it followed sort of a like story about a lion at a door, which in my head is not really a lion. The lion at the door, like the whole symbolism of it in the song is that it's like you're inside and you hear just like scratching or whatever at the door, and your mind jumps to the conclusion that it's something big and scary. But if you actually opened it, you'd see that it was something manageable that you could approach and learn to deal with. It's more about facing issues. And then it's also about various other things. Kind of not really talking about the songs themselves. Oh man. So here, let me pause this. Or mute this. Again, in Unity, it looks like a bunch of random nonsense, but it is a bunch of random nonsense. I was learning particle effects, which all these things that are like appearing sequentially like this coin and Vermilion waves and me playing guitar in a cube and these spirals that are extending that come up at like random spots and then disappear. All of that is particle effects, and with that you would use to make like fires and like dust particles and stuff in Unity. And so I was experimenting with that and like using 3D models and learning how the particle system worked, where you could control like the randomness of the rotation and where they appear and how big they get and small they get and how long they're there. You have like minute control over every single aspect of it. So I played around a lot with the particle system and learned it. Here's the line again, like those 6 lines that were in the last video. But then I went with this audio signature or like frequency distribution line, where it captures my voice on a moment-to-moment basis. Like if you follow the moving block around, you see it in real time of the sound increasing and decreasing in different frequencies. The top is a zoomed in version and the bottom is a zoomed out version, which captures the symbolism of the general symbolism of new theory of looking at things from a large perspective and a minute perspective, and kind of shifting between them. But yeah. So I learned more about using the line and using some weird visual like tricks with the skybox in Unity to make things like not disappear like after they leave the screen, like the audio signatures create this white like sand that builds up, which I thought looked really cool. And all these things that come and go, they override whatever's beneath them, but they don't disappear after they're gone, even though technically in Unity they are gone, just they're being drawn visually and they stick around. But then this moving slider kind of resets it and cleans it up. Another general theme that was present in my earlier stuff of like clearing and cleaning memories and noise out, which will come up later in a different video. And I learned how to like capture video in Unity in real time and like put it on an object, and those just randomly appear from time to time. And look at me playing here in this cube. Wonderful, I love it. It reminds me of like 90s like internet videos and like homemade music videos and like PBS shows and stuff, like the intros to them that were made by like an intern using some kind of visual software, and there's a bunch of ridiculous stuff happening before we really learned how to do interfaces. So that and a lot more, I'm sure, but wow, I learned so much doing this. And then when I would watch this video over and over again and like look at the effects and like think about like the programming of them and how I would improve it, and I spend time like building new versions in my head and stuff as I watch this. Plus just like visually pleasing, all the random nonsense. My favorite part visually is the stairs. I absolutely love the stairs because they get huge. I'll wait for the, oh, look at that. They're just bigger than everything else and they take up like half the screen. I just find it hilarious just watching stairs appear and like overtake everything. Love it. Absolutely love it. And then like when I was like on Unity watching it that continues infinitely, so I found it very visually pleasing. And do I want to play it? I don't know. Oh yeah. There's something I need to play with this song. Like the beginning of it, like the first minute or so before I start singing, it just sounds like I'm playing the same thing over and over again. Here, let's play a second of it. I'm not childish. Okay, so it takes a minute and 15 seconds or so to actually get into me singing. And it just seems like I'm playing the same thing over and over again for a minute and 15 seconds. But I'm going with that song. I was learning how to use different fingers while I play, and like different amounts of fingers. So I would go. Just with my thumb, and sort of, it feels weird like just using your thumb and like rubbing it across the strings like that. I mean, it sounds good and like softer, and just like psychologically, it feels like rubbing your like tongue along the strings or something. But you have a lot of control over like the movement of the sound, of like the prosody of the sound, of the intonation of the sound. You have control over it with the thumb like that. And then I would go to the thumb and one finger, like the index finger. Which feels a lot more like a dance between two different like singers, like a almost like a male lower deeper singer and more high pitched singer, because with the pointer finger I hit the strings with the nail, which is a higher pitched, more like staccato sound, sharper sound, whereas the thumb is like rubbing across the string to get a deeper, more sustained sound. And together, it's like two voices working with each other. So that's how it. And then, of course, when you have two fingers, you can do it all sorts of different directions and hit in all sorts of different angles to get different effects. Different. It's like a dance between these two singers of like a male and female singer. Is how I view it. And then 3 fingers. You just get more and more depth and a little more control and variety and like female voice, the higher pitched voice that comes from the fingers rather than the thumb. And then I go to 4 fingers. When I get to 4 fingers, and when you get to 4 fingers, like these 3 fingers don't really act independently anymore, or the 4 fingers don't really act independently anymore. Instead, they're more like a violin bow that you hit at different angles. You can spread them out or put them closer together to get different effects. It's more like running like a fin across the strings or something, or a violin bow, something with a more control over like the contour of the higher pitched sounds. It's been a long time since I thought about any of this. I just kind of do it naturally now, whereas like this song I was like really practicing using different amounts of fingers. And then with 5 fingers, you really don't have to, you can just like use the whole hand, and then so by the time I start singing, I've gone from thumb, and then I do like one guitar lyric with the thumb, and then one with 2 fingers, 3, 4, and the last one is all 5 fingers. Which, if I'm playing in person, you can tell the difference. Or if I was playing it for another person, like sitting in front of me, they could tell the difference. But it's kind of hard to hear over the microphone. But I like this slowly building up into this dance of 5 different fingers. And then, like as I was saying, like with 5, you're really like using your whole arm, and you're moving your body and getting a lot more of the emotion of the overall movement into it. Less precise, but more impactful and deeper and more emotional. So it builds up from that one finger of finer control to more complex and more complex until it's just using your whole arm to hit strings. Well, that was a long ass explanation for that simple thing, but. Man, just it baffles my mind going back to these old videos and thinking like how much I was learning with a single song, and how much I was trying with a single song. Not just like my voice, I was trying stuff. My hands, I was trying stuff. Like the position of my arms and stuff. I was trying things and different amounts of fingers, and I was trying so much in Unity and stuff. I had an intense amount of free time, and as well, like whenever you dive into some new endeavor, you're always really excited about getting started with it and trying a bunch of things and learning a bunch of things. I was uploading so many videos back then, but that had so much new stuff in each one of them, and that's definitely died down. Not really died down. It's adapted to be more. I'd rather have some to make meaningful progress. I have to like take a little more time and work on songs, and I don't want to just like pump out some song in a day or two like I used to. I want it to have a bit more meaning, even though I could if I wanted to. What was I talking about? No, yeah, I also got copyright claims on these videos. I don't know why. Like YouTube is so like what's the word? Crappy. In a word. And they'll copyright things. that kind of vaguely sound like the guitar part of the song. Let's play a little bit of the actual me singing, so I can take a break from talking myself.
So I won't not lie.
I feel something. I got much better at the transitions between words. I feel something. Things have to flow into each other, and then it just takes a ton of practice, like singing different things over and over again to learn how to like flow different notes into each other with the guitar or with voice or whatever. I'm glad I've gotten good enough at singing that I can look at these old videos and think, I wasn't that great. Relative to what I want and me now. I know even back then I was a decent singer. I'd been doing it for enough time that I could actually like hit notes and stuff well enough to be confident in making videos at least. And then with that, I also just made this 2-hour version, which is the first 15 minutes, the first minute and 15 seconds, just looped over and over and over and over again. Why not? With just like the visual part going. So it's 2 full hours of like the randomness of the video playing perpetually. And even in the description, I'm like, my advice, mute it, put on something else. Just, it's a screensaver. That's kind of how I had it on my TV, just in the background while I was doing other stuff. Like, oh, that's wacky, crazy looking thing that you can always look at and see something interesting happening. Chaos through unity, unity through chaos. But a little play on the randomness of chaos and the order of like unity, but also like Unity software, you know. This one got copyrighted too. It's just something about, I guess, just generic sounding guitar riffs or something get picked up by YouTube and sound like so many other songs or something. Those are the only 2 songs I've ever been copyrighted on now. That's fun. So this is the 2-hour one. Fun to look at. I don't ever see myself actually like watching it again, and it didn't really provide anything. I don't hate it. It's not a D. I'll put it in the C. Whatever that means. And then the actual song itself, I learned so much. It was awesome, but I really like the song too. And I like the stairs. It's somewhere like between S and A. I'll put it over here in the S on the end, if that means anything. Another one where I was just doing a massive amount of stuff in one video. I have an idea. Theater mode. That gets rid of all the like advertisements and thumbnails on the side. Whoops. An hour in, let's just go with that. So, absolutely love this video. I don't love. Well, I like the song Vermilion Waves. I mean, I thought I would write a lot more in here. So yeah, I made everything here in 2 days. I just got the idea to write a song about cigarettes and came up with the brand name. And in that span of 2 days, I made these 3D models of like a cigarette and a record, and learned how to make it spin, and kind of learned some Unity programming to like build this 3D model and script write code so I can grab it and rotate it around and look at different parts of it. And that 3D model as well. And then these like buttons programmed in to change the visuals on the record. When do I do that? Just click them and it changes. Just each one of those individual things was its own like programming Unity challenge. And of course I modeled like separate versions as well that you can switch between with this default Unity UI button. But yeah, I designed like the actual logos and stuff in PowerPoint, and then I just built this in Unity. It's just like a cube and like a bunch of other little like cubes and shapes and stuff. And this is a bunch of cylinders, this cigarette, and these are squares obviously. And like combine those things, and then you have to like add textures into Unity that you saved, like add pictures. So like this Vermilion Waves logo is like a picture onto a like blank mesh of a cube. But yeah, I designed 2 variations of the logos, the red and the blue version, to capture the I've talked about this so much, the red and the blue. I don't want to do it again, but just the internal self and external self, however I framed it in the past. There's a lot of different ways to like view it, or the more human and more robotic aspects of life, and then there are combined forms, which is like placing that over the old album visualizer, which I think looks really cool, and it works well with the artificial like cigarette look, or on the package. I would buy this if I were a robot living in an AI universe and I wanted to smoke e-cigarette things with plasma going through them. I would totally buy this because it looks cool. And this is where my incorporation of X into my art started more, because I made this version initially, and then I like right clicked and saved it in PowerPoint, and when I looked at it, it looked like this, just like the dark red part or whatever. So it kind of came about unintentionally. That was cool, and now I use it as my email signature now. It's become my like a brand logo of X over the face hat. I love it. It's simple, and it just love how it arose from like the negative space of accidentally saving something that else I was creating, and it works well like hidden behind the VW in Vermilion Waves. All that's cool. So I learned a ton about that, and then I wrote the song itself like the second day. So I did all the visual stuff the first day, and on the second day I was like, okay, I should actually write the song. So I wrote it, and it's all intended to be like quotes on the back of the box, so it kind of fits thematically, and it fits into the video really well. Like I can just have the lyrics in the video on the box. That's cool. But each one of them is meant to be like could be positive, could be negative, definitely like sarcastic in its presentation, and nice little allegories about cigarettes, as well as like the Vermilion Waves, the Vermilion being the red color that I use. So the Vermilion waves represent more the emotional tides that push one through life, and the issues with like being a more robotic, less emotional person, and then like trying to accept and learn that you have emotions and express them. It can be very overwhelming initially if you've pushed them down most of your life. It doesn't sound very good though, like the recording version. I'll talk about that in the next version of this song video. The visual elements of this were the big selling point to me. I watched this video so many times and just like thinking about the Unity aspects of it and everything, you know. I said it with the last video, so I'm not going to repeat it. That's an S tier song. A lot of these beginning ones, just the amount that I was doing makes them by default S tier to me. I'll always have a place in my heart. The amount of freaking work I put into this stupid thing over the course of 2 days, and the amount of like progress I made in terms of visualizing my like art, like the colors of it and the fonts of it and the shapes of everything, and like getting it together and like making an actual physical 3D prototype thing. It's the first like fake product I ever made, I think. So like so many parts of this were really cool for me to do. Don't smoke, kids, with or without the comma. Yeah. That was a lot of fun. And then, what is it? Oh, it's not till way later that I play Vermilion Waves again. Do I want to skip and talk about more Vermilion Waves stuff, or I want to go in chronological order? I'll go in chronological order, but that one S tier, that's good. Oh, and then this video. This is this is a video I thought about deleting the most. I think I wrote the song in like a day or two, just as like a challenge. I was doing that a lot, just challenge songs, I guess. It started with the first lyric, I think. Something about Flanders. I want a girl like Flanders. And then I kind of built the rest of the song based off of that sort of analogy. I'll just make myself listen to it. I know a girl like Flanders with a diddly dump truck ass. So yeah, I just came up with that lyric while I was walking around town, I think, and then it sounded so stupid and ridiculous that I thought I would just run with it and try to like build a song off the themes I could make from that idea of Flanders. Like Flanders is a next door neighbor, so it should be a song about, or I want a girl like Flanders, so like next door. Yes. With a, and there's one video of The Simpsons where Flanders is like skiing, and he says it's almost like wearing nothing at all, and you can see his butt, his well-defined butt. Let's see. There we go. And Homer says, "Stupid, sexy Flanders." Look at it. Oh, I love it so much. Yeah, that's a good one. He's a weirdly thick butt, or as the kids used to put it in the year like 2016 or something, a dump truck or a dumpy. I love modern slang words. I always throw them out in classes. Just, I don't even have to make a joke. I could just use the word like cake and in class, and people freak out. Cake is another word for a dumpy or a fat butt. Like that song Cake on the Beach is not actually about cake on a beach, even though the video has cake on a beach. It's about girls with big booties on a beach. I don't know where the expression came from. It's funny though. So I want a girl like Flanders with a dumpy. So it's like a next door girl, and another thing Flanders does is like there's a grass hedge between. So like passing grass would be like going through and between like between them, but also sounds like I don't know, marijuana, I guess. But also there's a technique in NASCAR called pass in the grass, which if one car is like rounding a corner and the other car can like go into the grass a little bit to like kind of, I don't know if it's even legal or whatever, but it's called pass in the grass, which I discovered while looking into this song and the ideas a bit. So if you can tell, this song's about like 18 different random things that I just came up with on the top of my head and threw together into this strange, cringy, quick song. And like the way I sing and stuff is a little, I don't even know what the style is. Just like cringe rock, butt rock. like almost intentionally bad sounding, not bad sounding, like unprofessional sounding. And then of course it ends with something. It ends with that little hand signal, not a gang sign or anything. Oh, it's only for like a split second, so I can't even pause it at the right moment, like this, which is why in ASL, if you shake it, it's yellow. Well, I didn't know that at the time, but it's called shaka bra. It's something like, I don't know, surfers and snowboarders and stuff do. It's like shaka bra. I think it's in South Park as well, for like an episode or so. It's just a weird little thing kids did for a while. That was kind of funny. Yeah. So what the song is not about is an actual girl next door. It's just a bunch of randomly thrown together analogies, all lumped into one, just to see if I could do it and kind of push myself. Just that's the idea of the just another song about a girl next door, because there is no girl next door. Yeah. At the time, I intended it to be half a song, and I was actually gonna finish it, and then thinking about putting it on the album or whatever. Like, no, a little too silly, a little too pointless and stupid to actually put on anything official. Now, I'm also in an outfit. Like, I never put too much effort into it. Just like when I was about to make a video, I think, what do I own in my apartment that is vaguely related to what I'm singing, or like the themes of the video or whatever. And this outfit I wore on one Halloween, like a Netflix-based Halloween. It's based off of a character. I'm very close to the microphone now, so I sound different. I had to think of the name of the show. It's based off a character, Todd, from BoJack Horseman, a show I really love. I've watched it like 4 or 5 times. But Todd, specifically, I wore it as a Halloween costume because he's a really cool, fun character, and it's a really easy costume to make, just a hoodie and jacket and sweatpants. But he's an asexual character, meaning he's not like interested in sex whatsoever. So that was my own internal subtle nod to it not actually being about a girl next door or romantic in any way. It's just yeah. I actually liked listening to that and talk about that a lot more than I thought I would. Like I said, it was the song that I thought about deleting the most. And I was definitely gonna put it in D tier. Like, I don't like it. I don't like listening to it. I literally have not played it in at least a year. I haven't watched the video in at least a year. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing right now. Is it D tier though? I think it is. I think it is. Fun to make fun of. Fun as like a thing I can look at and be like, I did that. That was funny. That was weird. I learned some things from it, but not something I really have any sort of emotional attachment to other than cringe and amusement, I guess. Fun. How long have I been doing this stupid video? Like an hour? Over an hour already. It's gonna last so long. Hopefully I can fly through some of the later ones a bit faster. Oh yeah, I almost died. That was fun. Yeah, I was on the highway. I think it goes into detail in here. Yeah, I was on the highway driving home from... I was driving on a 14-hour trip, and I was 12 hours into the trip, and it was midnight or like midnight 30. And let's see, what's the story? The story is I was going like 85 or 80-ish miles an hour in an 80-mile-an-hour zone, just on cruise control, approaching a truck at night, like wanting to pass the truck. So I started to pass the truck, and then someone behind me got over to try to pass the truck as well. So like some other trucks, like blinding headlights, were blinding me, obviously, from the rear as I was passing this truck. I couldn't really see too much in front of me other than just the length of the headlights of me and the truck I was passing. And then there was a deer there for, instantly, like the front right of my car, like the middle of the road, just appeared out of nowhere, magically, and I smashed into front right of my car, like destroying the headlight and stuff. Almost swerved off the road. Definitely would have died in different variations of that. If there are things as multiverses, I'm probably dead in about 80% of them or so, just because of that one event. I got lucky, gonna hit it in the right spots. I mean, not lucky for the deer. That's most likely very dead. And then had to like stop at a hotel and get my car fixed, and I'm not sure it's entirely fixed from that event, but it's beaten back into place at least. And I recorded this song from my phone. The phone is sitting in like a shelf of a hotel, like a TV or something, and I'm just recording it with the phone audio. And I used whatever, I downloaded some like video upload software that I could get it onto YouTube from my phone and like add lyrics to it. And the lyrics are meant to cover up me and the screen and stuff and kind of hide that. But yeah. Oh yeah, I wrote this a long time ago, back before COVID. I didn't finish it until recently, like recent compared to the video, but I wrote it a long time ago, generally about the death of my sister, a little bit, and kind of overcoming that. It was more of a sad song, more of a deep poem that has a lot of meaning behind it, that I put a lot of effort into and thought into. I haven't played it in a long time though. You know what? Yeah, let's listen to it. Bad quality and all.
Just a painting on the ceiling, and the stars are where it's peeling.
Oh wow, you can really tell when I moved away from that at-home USB microphone that like captures higher sounds well to even this like crappy cell phone. It does much better job of capturing the deeper aspects of my voice, and it's not just the song, and it's not just I learned anything. It's just different recording environment, a different recording device, even a crappy cell phone. That's all I want to hear of this. That's enough of that. It's a poem in written or in song form about things, deep things. Don't want to talk about them. Let's put that. Where are we going to put that? Let's stick it in B. But the song itself, near and dear to my heart, but the video and the experience and stuff are very meaningful and memorable and eventful. But it's more about. Let's put that here. It was more about, or my feelings about it are more about the song and the lyrics and stuff, not really about the video or the events surrounding it. The video itself, I'll put it in C grade. Da, 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 da. Oh Lord, not this one, not this one. We don't want this one. Oh, I love. This is one I had gotten the ukulele I have here for like $30 or whatever from a Guitar Center. That like the day before, I believe. Like I literally never played a ukulele in my life. Like it says here, I have no idea how to play ukulele, and I didn't learn how to play by the time I made this video. I'm just playing guitar chords on the ukulele, which sound fine enough. Like whatever. I still haven't learned how to play like actual ukulele chords and learn the differences between it and guitar. Oh, I have it right here, by the way, right here. And yeah. Oh, I'd also, it's the first video with my Bluebird microphone as well. Like after the near-death experience, I went up to Guitar Center or whatever, got microphone, this ukulele, and I put another ukulele on like standby. I had to wait till, it was like a pond ukulele, so I had to wait till it was available or something. So I didn't get that till later. So this is not a ukulele song. This is a song I originally like wrote for and played on guitar, and then just whatever, I'll play on ukulele, I guess. She's a fast burner. She lights up the night, but fades away by morning. Ooh, and to adapt to singing to the higher pitch of the ukulele. Oh, I was straining my voice. She's a do it like a falsetto almost. But yeah, this song maybe here. Let me check. Either Green Fairy or Space Between was written like first out of all the songs that I've put on YouTube. Probably Green Fairy, actually. I think it was like the second song I ever wrote. So it doesn't have any sort of amount of lyrical depth, I don't think, relative to my other songs, at least from what I remember. Mostly sort of loosely and allegorically about one of my exes, a little bit, or really just like the idea of the type of personality that she is or was. Not really about her specifically or any specific thoughts or emotions about her, just that type of person, which some of my songs are just about a type of person with maybe one person on my mind that kind of represents it as like a prototype of that personality type. But yeah, and also Green Fairy is, I think technically it is absinthe. I've never had absinthe in my life. Is it? I think it's absinthe. Yeah, but not some other sort of drug. So I tried to make a little drug related about marijuana, absinthe, green, two green drugs that I can think about, and kind of making a person, comparing a person to a drug, and seeing like the relation between them. So maybe this might have been the first song I did an allegory, or like tried to do some sort of allegory where it meant more than one thing at a time. It's weird thinking about a time when I'd only written like 3 poems or / songs in my life, and I was like struggling to even understand what I was doing or how to even do the very basics of it. But this song is not on any album or anything, nor will it ever be. Let's put that down in C. It's like CD. Let's put it in C. Maybe I should have given myself a few days to actually learn how to play the ukulele. Maybe I should have given myself some days to learn how to sing at the same sort of like pitch range as a ukulele and practiced a bit. Maybe I should have actually like refined the song a little bit more rather than just taking it from its old past version and playing it. It was the first video I used that microphone, this microphone actually, and it was the first video I used my ukulele, the first day I had my ukulele, so yeah, it has its meaning historically to me in that regard. Oh, I forget this song exists. I don't know the inspiration for this. I haven't watched like the movie Titanic in a couple decades. I just wanted to like make a song in a day, which is what I did. I want to make a song about Titanic. Or no. The lyrics came to me in the shower. That's how it happened. That might even be in the description somewhere. So the lyrics came to me in the shower, and it was originally sounded a lot different. In the shower, it's here. I'll play what it sounds like here first.
Happiness is free, but I'm gonna save you. Time it takes to find it, 'cause it's right here next to me.
Oh, I love that line though. Happiness is free. I'm gonna save you the time it takes to find it because it's right here next to me. But when I originally conceived of it, and whenever I sing it nowadays, I never actually play the song. Whenever I sing it nowadays, it's like a falsetto, like Bee Gees. Happiness is free, but I'm gonna save ya. The time it takes to find it, 'cause it's right here next to me. Or going for like a Michael Jackson sort of Bee Gees sort of soul funk. What genre is that? Who knows? Pop, something. But that's how I sing in the shower. That's how I sing it when I'm walking. I have no idea how to make that work with just me playing guitar though. So when I sat down and played with guitar, I just couldn't make it work with that like style and that speed and stuff. Maybe one day when I learn some synth, maybe put some electric guitar in it and practice a bit, I can incorporate that into the real version of the song. Happiness is free. It's fun to sing. It's fun to like practice that high voice. Very silly. And then I built the song around it in a day or two, just based on Titanic and a relationship being like the Titanic. So I like a lot of the analogies, a lot of the little metaphors in the song that fit both of those themes of like you're embarking on some big grand adventure that you think is going to be magnificent, but it's destined for failure. And then even in the the verses. Like verse 1 is very optimistic, and then it gets like less optimistic and more like cynical and self-deprecating, and then the last one is very less like hopeless and like giving up on finding love and embarking on that adventure, because it's such a big, scary, monumental sort of undertaking. See, I also, at this time, geez, this is the first time I did binaural audio. I bought a binaural, I don't know if I have it around. I bought this recorder from Amazon, or I got it for a present for Christmas or something, I forget. It's like $60, and it has the capability of recording binaural audio, so like microphones plug in. I think I showed it last week, and they go into each ear and they record from either side. So this is my first time ever recording binaural audio and testing it out, as well as I made this song in a day. I was still like getting used to the microphone setup. Oh yeah, and this is the first time I used multiple microphones as well, where I had the Bluebird and the binaural microphones in my ears. I think they were in my ears, which I put them somewhere else, I forget. Yeah. So yeah, that I put plus binaural audio because it's mostly coming from this Bluebird static microphone. I think there's like a little bit of a stereo effect added on top from having the binaural microphones in my ears. And that was fun. It was really fun over the course of the few months, like experimenting with incorporating those binaural microphones into the music and seeing how it sounded. A bit of a struggle to like mix them into a final version of a song, but I think it sounds nice. So with headphones, it definitely gives it more depth than just listening to the microphone by itself.
Just sometimes sink. My love is Titanic. Try not to panic. Going out to sea.
I love that line too. My love's Titanic. Try not to panic because we're going out to sea. Like we're going out to sea on the Titanic, and we are going out to sea. I love it. I love the double meanings and stuff. I hate the song. It has. I don't like playing it. I don't like listening to it. But I love. It's better as a poem, I guess. Or just like a silly thing I did. That's kind of fun. But I definitely don't like seriously like it, or I'd never like seriously play it and expect anyone to enjoy it. But some of the lyrics in it I love. Jeez, we're how many videos are we in? And then like with every video, there's like 15 different things that I was testing out. And then yeah, audio mixing had to happen since I was using 2 microphones. I had to learn a lot of like the software of Audacity, kind of getting things to sound right and balance with each other, and increasing like I think the left ear of the binaural audio is a little quieter than the right ear, so I had to like make some adjustments there and like combine them together so it kind of sounded okay. The vocals in the song, as you could have heard, are very low relative to the guitar and like the noise and stuff, so I was definitely getting used to it. But captures the bass and then the fuller range, that combination of the binaural and nicer Bluebird microphone. Oh geez, this was also the first song I ever used a capo on. A capo, or there's different ways to pronounce it. Capo is one of these things that go on to different frets of the guitar and make it sound different. It was on 4. Oh, you can't even see it. I gotta scoot over here. This is it on 4.
Happiness is free, but I'm gonna save you. I think it's an F. Time it takes to find it, 'cause it's right here next to me. I don't really remember. I never played this song. And if I go down to 3, happiness is free. 2, happiness is free. 1, happiness is free. And then you take it off. Happiness is free. Or the other direction. Let's go to 5. Happiness is free. How high do I want to go with this? Let's go to 7. Happiness is free, but I'm gonna save ya. Time it takes to find it, 'cause it's right here next to me. But wow, I'd refuse to use one of these stupid things for the entire time I was learning guitar until I got to this point. I'm like, I need to sing this song higher than I can without a capo. So I had to bring it up to 4, to get a decent sound. So this is the first time I've ever tried to use a capo in my music with this song. And then I began exploring it more and more later on. I'm a very purist sort of person who I don't like adding things into my list of things I have to worry about. Like, I didn't want to use OBS for this recording because I'm just used to Zoom, and learning an entirely new software is a lot of effort and work and thought and building knowledge base of all the different elements and incorporating a new thing into your music library. Yeah, it adds variety, it adds flavor, it adds a lot of different things, but also adds so many different directions you can go and options you can take, which makes choosing one more and more difficult. You get choice overload, and I'd like to be able to pick up an instrument and just play without like an external thing as well, but capos are so universal in guitar, and pretty much 99% of guitar players are going to be playing or own one and using it without reservations. But I'm me, and I'm a bit stricter on what things I incorporate into my life. But I said, and I love using it now, and I love you can play the same exact chords, but like at different levels, and your hand moves the exact same way, but it just changes the pitch of it, so you can play it at different pitches. It all sounds like basic information, but I didn't know any of it until the day I made this video, this Titanic video. Yeah. I think that's the 37 things that I did new for that song. But I like these videos so much more rewatching them than like in my mind. It's like, that's a cringe video, I never want to watch that again. But like having to do it for this and explaining it and like verbalizing it out loud makes me enjoy them so much more. Yeah, it's sort of, let's put that in C. Do all these belong in C? Yeah, it's like a between B and C. It's not as bad as the others, but let's put it over here. I like it. But it's too silly for me to put up higher. More represents the things I was learning while I did it than like art itself. Okay, here's Vermilion Waves Take 2. Okay, I love this video. Doing a bunch of new stuff here. Doing little poses, little gimmicky movements and stuff before playing. And then I'd worked a bit on the Vermilion Waves song, and since I incorporated a capo, it was a lot easier to play. Here, I'll try to demonstrate what I mean here.
Why is it so hard to get my hand in there? So that's how I was playing. I was playing without a capo originally, like in the previous version with the. Are we back? We back? Okay. Yeah, a little pause there that I'm not going to bother editing and making where it can make any sense. My computer ran out of space to save stuff, so let's jump back in with Vermilion Waves. So I was trying to play the song by like doing a bar chord, holding all the strings down with my index finger, and then doing everything else the entire time while I did other stuff with my other fingers. And that just sucked, and it made the guitar sound horrible on the last version of the Vermilion Waves from the other video. But then I'd started using a capo, so I could just stick the capo on the guitar and play it with the capo on one. And it's a lot easier because I don't have to hold the bar chord, and it gives me a lot more control. Yeah. So that made it sound way better. Let's talk about all the other new random crap I did in this video. I tried to make it a little more cinematic, having a little thing at the beginning. I was thinking like a rest weary traveler and take a break with me here playing a chill song on the floor. And then a little dramatic pause, and now I have two microphones. It's still the Bluebird, and I have my binaural headphones, but they're underneath this hoodie. They're not hoodie. They're underneath this beanie that's pulled and stretched over my face. It's not really a mask. It's just a beanie that I stretched over my face and like unraveled and put an X over to capture the X symbol. This is the first time I tried to like put it onto my physical body as a part of the art, part of my persona or whatever as a person. Like have the X and then have some random hat. I try to have a different hat every time, but then I ran out of hats, so I just whatever hat I happen to have around. Let's see. There's also like a super bright light like pointed at me. I can't see it. I'm in this, and the binaural headphones, they're underneath, so they capture a much more muffled version of the sound, which I thought was great for the symbolism of the song, that it's about cigarettes, and there's this like muffled, filtered version of it that's being recorded. Could be like the filtered nature is part of the song. What else? Let's listen to the whole song. I haven't listened to a whole song yet, so let's do it. I like the song in the video. What else? Anything new I did? So there's a capo, the microphone setup and mixing, that was still really new to both of those. Playing with a mask and like seeing how that recording sounded was really interesting and fun, little experiment. Yeah. Maybe more stuff. I was probably doing other new stuff. Yeah. Let's listen to it.
With an anachronistic flavor that you'll savor for a lifetime, they'll take you once your life is bought, nothing else will ever give you peace. Don't be worried by the blood red smoke. It's toxic filtered from the airwaves. An empty mind's an ashtray. Fill the space with a million waves. A million waves. A million ways.
Oh, and then slowly go back into the default position, back into the resting position until you're called upon again. Oh, there you go, there you go. Fun. I love this song. I love this video so much. I love the song so much. It sounds so cool. The binaural headphones with the muffling of the mask on. You can feel the movement. At least I can. I can't really speak for anyone else because like I'm hearing my own voice and I know how I recorded it and I can like when I listen to it, even if I'm sitting still, I can like feel the movements and stuff that I was making in person. Like you can like hear the air moving. You can hear the movements, your head relative to the guitar and stuff. Maybe that just sounds good to me because I'm the one that recorded it and it's my voice, and maybe it sounds off-putting to other people. I have no idea, nor do I care. Like this is for me. So if it sounds good for me and if it's my themes and stuff, then it's right. So this video, S tier, sure, S tier. Great video, fantastic, sounds amazing. Still, there were still some issues with my voice and the way I pronounce some things. Partly because I had a beanie stretched over my mouth and nose, and it was super hot and difficult to breathe. But hey, it sounds great to me. Even now, love it, love it. Oh, this is a fun one. I love Oh the Cleaner He'll Come. So, it's a ukulele song. Again, I still hadn't learned how to play ukulele, so this song was just... I'm not going to play it on my ukulele because it's really hard to do audio mixing with this thing. Because if I pluck a string, it makes this super high pitched, super like loud sound that lasts for like a millisecond. Ding. And that's just a horrible struggle to try to like mix that with voice and make them sound like good on the same level and stuff. So I had issues with like mixing this and making my voice and the instrument sound good together. I'm sure now if I recorded it, I could learn some better ukulele tricks, and I could use a nicer ukulele instead of this $30 one. I have a much nicer one now. But yeah, so the impetus of this song was I discovered, and I was playing around with the ukulele and playing it close to my face, like my voice echoes and resonates within the instrument itself. That sounded cool. So this whole song, I'm like holding it like this. I guess I'm playing it because I just did. Whatever. You'll come, my wager, when you're in danger. So it's just a very, 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 very basic ukulele, just 1, 2, 3, 4 strings, and then like push down one string occasionally, and yeah. There's a I've talked about the X and O being symbolic in my art, and like X, it kind of became the one sort of symbol, but O is like the counterpart of that. And when the song says "Oh, the cleaner, he'll come," O is the actual name of, you know, the cleaner in the fictional sort of AI afterlife world I'm creating. Oh, the cleaner. And it's a manifestation of our memories getting erased or cleaned out, basically. So it's about clearing out the anxieties and negative memories, as well as the positive ones. It doesn't really discriminate, and replacing them with other things. Anyway, I really love. I got to rhyme oranges and sponges in this song. Like, he'll come with sponges that smell like oranges. I think that works well. Like, it's a little thing that it's really difficult to rhyme anything with oranges. You can't really think of a word to use to rhyme. Sponges works well enough, especially when you're singing it. And there's like cleaning products that are orange scented, and I'm not sure if they're flavored orange, but they're definitely scented orange, and they look orange. It's a very common sort of cleaning product. So this, like in Unity, a lot of it is the same as that one line at the door video of the thing just going by and scrubbing away the built up stuff. With the difference, there's no me like playing in the cube. Instead, it's Mr. Clean. Couldn't resist putting Mr. Clean in there. Like, oh, the cleaner, he'll come, and it's all about being clean and stuff. And whatever, we'll stick Mr. Clean in. I got the image of like the thumbnail. Oh, the cleaner, he'll come. Except in the actual thumbnail, it's like cut off, which I find hilarious. I find absolutely hilarious because it's like a square, so it cuts off the top and bottom. But nope, not about Mr. Clean. Really, like maybe a little bit tongue-in-cheekish. But I also included a line in there like, he never smiles. Like he sweeps for miles and never smiles. So you can kind of tell the contradiction. Like, Mr. Clean's always a smiley, happy person, so this song's not really about him. And the big thing about the character is that very contradictory in his nature, opposed to X, who is more direct in his goals. But it takes some combination of those two angles of being sort of understanding the past and all the contradictory nature of it and making sense of it and forming some goal, which is the X. So O represents more looking at the past and understanding and making sense of all the things that have happened and reconciling that with who you are now and what you want. And X represents more directing one's goals and moving towards them and having them both like align and fit together is sort of ideal. But O leans more on the side of focusing on the past. That's a little bit into the mythology of mneu theory that I've not really thought about enough to put into words too well. Wow, I wrote so much about this. So yeah. I was doing vocal stuff, like weird stuff with the ukulele and experimental stuff. And weird experimental stuff with Unity, making it all weird and wacky. And let's see. Yeah, fun. Oh, I watched this so many times. I find it hilarious. Like this other line at the door, I like the song and everything, and I learned about Unity a lot, but yeah, this makes me laugh a lot more just every time I see Mr. Clean come on the screen. And the lyrics are funny to me, like some of them, and just like remembering like how I sang it into the ukulele and just he'll come. This is over and over again. all of the aspects of it just make me laugh, or made me laugh so much back at the time, and they're making me laugh now. So it's good. It's good. Had a lot of fun with this one. We'll stick it in B though. I would never like seriously play that song again. Like maybe if I try to make something out of all these old unused songs, it'll get remade into some new modern version with a bunch of weird effects or something, but most likely not. It's just a silly little thing. Oh, but Bits and Peers and Pieces. Love this song. So it used to be just called Bits and Pieces with an ampersand. An ampersand is an ampersand is this symbol that just means and. I don't know the origin. Maybe there's somebody called Amper, and it's his version of and. Or maybe it is something else. But this symbol that you can put that's on your keyboards at home or on your cell phones is an ampersand. So it's bits, ampersand, pieces, bits and pieces. Then, like a big theme of this song is overcomplicating things. So I took bits and pieces and I expanded the word or the ampersand to amperes and pieces. So it's bits, amperes, and pieces. That's why there's no comma between the words. Because it's not really amperes, it's just an overthought out, over-indulgent version of an ampersand. That makes no sense. And hits the big theme of this song, which is overcomplicating things and disrupting communication in like a relationship by doing so, by overcomplicating and thinking too much about what's going on and what to say and everything. So I like the title a lot, like Bits and Peers and Pieces, because it gives me that little story I can tell, and it's very meaningful to the themes of the song. Again, I am using the beanie over my head with the X on it to capture the sound, the muffled sound, which again fits well. It fits well in a different way than it did with Vermilion Waves, because it's more about the communication being filtered rather than the air or whatever being filtered. And the same general thematic concept, but a different perspective of it. And this is the first video as well. I use my actual full body guitar, say the full depth. I really needed the bass for this song, and a lot of movement and the sound from the bass. And I play this song occasionally. Not too often, but I like playing it from time to time. I really like the lyrics of this one. They are, I mean, they're overcomplicated, which is the meaning of the song. They're way overcomplicated and way too packed with symbolism in every single line. So much so that it's overbearing and confusing and difficult to piece them together and understand. But on their own, they make a lot of sense and are fun to sing and fun to think about. Like there's a line near the end. Closed captions are on. Oh yeah. I spent too much time on the closed captions of this so that they actually match up with when I sing. Here it is. So, I like this line. Paint the noise white if intensifying beta waves. Throw choices down a well. But I prefer the ocean. And the ocean in that regard could either be in regards to the well, you can throw your choices down a well, but I'd rather throw them in the ocean, something much more bigger and grand, or it can mean or it can be talking about the white noise, Paint the noise white is about paint all of the talking and paint all the conversation white, make it white noise and static. So the ocean could be referring to that as well. Like, you would like white noise, but I would prefer the ocean. So it could mean it could be in reference to yeah, either one of those. Plus beta waves, and then going into ocean. Like 14 levels of, you know, symbolism in one line, which is completely unapproachable and overly thought out. Which makes it, kind of backs up on itself and makes it less artistic because it's so convoluted and difficult to understand and difficult to deal with a type of person who is always trying to insert meaning into everything they say and overcomplicating everything that's going on. Now, I really want to listen to this whole song, but it's 4.5 minutes, and it's good. It's like on the album and stuff, and I like it. And there's a lot of intense movement in here. It took me a few tries to actually get it. So by the time I actually recorded a version that had all the lyrics right and I was happy with, I was like exhausted, which I love, like getting exhausted during recordings. It adds such like a depth of exhaustion into the vocals in the recording. That's a little snippet of that. Oh, I didn't know you could do this. Oh, that's cool. You can grab the loading bar and move it up and down to see like a preview and to see where you left it off. Oh, new YouTube functionality, or functionality that I didn't know existed until just now. I will play a tiny little bit of it just to get a taste though. Listen to that wonderful bass.
She becomes an animal at midnight, but only after 6 or 7 drinks. When you view society through moonlight.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the 4th song in my album. Some of these times I'm not right in my descriptions, but this one I was. It was the 4th song. I want it to be the the last song of the first 4, which have their own little story they tell. Anyway, fun. I edited or I mixed a lot more of the binaural audio into this one, just to capture more of the muffled behind the beanie sound rather than the clear sound. Stay safe, kiddos. Yeah, that's just a hat I own. Don't ask about it. Don't worry about it. Love the song. Do I love the video? Nothing's gone to be yet. I think I like later versions of that song better, and then that video doesn't really provide anything super new. It's just kind of working more, practicing more with the mask on, practicing more with the binaural audio and mixing and stuff. Love it. Love that song. It's good. I Become the Rain. I love all these, but please. What is it doing? Why are you doing that? Oh, I Become the Rain. I was thinking, thinking a lot about at this time, beginnings and middles and endings, and like telling stories through stuff. This is a little Japanese ceremony that you would do when you're putting a coin in like a tribute box to one of the Shinto gods, or like at a shrine. I forgot the exact thing. It's like there's some series of bows and claps that you do after you put in a coin to kind of get the attention of the god, and then like give them praise, and then like say thank you, and then leave. I'm not into like Shinto religion or any sort of spirituality or anything, but that fit the theme generally of the song and of what I was going for. I'm not going to talk about this song too much because, well, I wrote 5,000 words out of 5,000 in the YouTube description, going over how I went about writing this song. I will talk a little bit. I had, not this one, but I had gotten my first baritone ukulele. That one's in a closet somewhere, like $50. There was the other ukulele I was talking about. I got that first ukulele, and then I put this one on, like, what's the word for that? It was like being pawned, so I couldn't pick it up until like a week or two later when I was able to actually finally get it. So this, I had finally gotten it, and I'd had it for a day, and I decided to write this song in a day. So I gave myself that, and made it based off of like the 7 words that I would use to describe the unique qualities of the baritone ukulele after like one day of using it and then getting used to the sound. It's hollow, wooden, natural, airy, peaceful, resonant, and plucky, like a rain hitting a roof. And those are my 7 descriptive words to describe it. And then I use those words to go about my new theory process and writing process of thinking of other things that would fit the analogy, or that would fit those 7 adjectives in some way or another. So there are 2 or 3 in there, but the big one is becoming the rain, which is a type of meditation I did at one point for a while. Haven't done it in a long time. Yes, and it's about like that act of like giving money to a Shinto or a Japanese like deity or whatever for peace or something. Yeah, it's all here. I don't want to talk about it too much. Talk about it too much already. Where's that hat at? I have that hat somewhere. And there's a part at the end where I finish playing, and then here you go. Make rain sounds by randomly letting my fingers slap against the side of the baritone. So the beginning started with a little clap bow thing. At the end with a little fun rain thing. 2 little memorable beginnings and endings, even if the song's it's okay. The beginning and ending, if the beginning and ending are memorable, then that's all you really need. But yeah, this I mean, I Become the Rain was like the 11th song, 10th or 11th on the album. I do like it a lot. I sing it occasionally. A song specifically made for baritone ukulele. How many songs are specifically made for baritone ukulele? And it's just E minor, G, which on baritone ukulele are just 1 string, 1 string for either of them, and it's all string between them. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it anymore. That's enough. Anything new, anything exciting? No. I'll stick it in B. A. Nothing's gonna go in B, I don't think. Nothing is mid. Nothing is mid. It's either good or laughably bad. Okay, and then I moved apartments, which is how this song came about. This song is about, and video are about getting rid of clutter. I was moving, and I have all this crap from like people I haven't talked to in years, and trips I went on that, okay, I look at them, and after a while you look at a souvenir shot glass. I don't have any of those, but a lot of people do. You look at some souvenir thing, and you're just like, yep, I own that. That's one of the souvenir things I own, and then it kind of loses its meaning. And then the more and more you just have things constantly present in your life, the less meaning they have. A lot of things like that, especially if like you're so distant from the person that you got it from, or the experiences you had with them. And plus, like, new experiences need to be had. You can't just constantly hoard everything that has any sort of meaning, you kind of gotta let that go. So I think, like, on the surface, this is a breakup song. Yeah. It's about, like, getting over a breakup, getting over a person, which, yeah, sort of. I mean, like, there's no particular person in my mind when I think about, when I wrote this song, or I think about it, but I mean, there's plenty of people in my life that I've been happy getting out of my memories and out of my actual physical life, and plenty of, like, things I've had to get rid of. You never realize how much crap you've built until you move and you have to decide what to take with you. And when you're taking, like, 10 boxes full of just knickknacks and little toys you haven't used since you were a kid, and 13 pairs of disposable sunglasses, and all the instruments that I've been collecting and continue to collect, and things that my roommates left behind that they didn't want. I'm like, oh, maybe I can use that at some point. Like these paintings here. Like, zero use for these big stupid wall paintings that were got from, like, Walmart or whatever. But I just don't want to get rid of them. Like, maybe there will be a use. This song is about getting rid of that hoarder mentality. And experiencing new things, and yeah. And the limitations of memory as well. Reminiscent in the AM, also, I don't know how to lead to it, but RAM, or RAM, is a type of memory that computers use, random access memory. That is the temporary memory, temporary things you can hold on, like short-term memory, things you have to, like, let go of to make room for new things. That's spelled out in the song in the last verse, the last stanza, really, at the very end. But yeah. So this is about moving and then getting rid of stuff and relationships and memory and yeah, all that nonsense. Video was kind of fun to make too. Just loaded my room, or loaded, like, the second, like, guest bedroom I had in my apartment with a bunch of random crap. Took a picture of it for the thumbnail with Comic Sans, of course, because that's hilarious, and kind of set up the camera in a way where the laptop camera was capturing everything, but then the phone camera was only capturing the stuff that I, like, wanted to present to the world. Not like meaningful stuff, but stuff that I would want to, like, show the world. Like in your recorded Instagram versions of yourself, you only show the spotless, like, the smiling, happy, dancy versions of yourself, and not the clutter and the garbage that's behind you and all around you and part of you. You only show the good parts, and it's good to get rid of all the clutter. So it's a little bit of a social media influencer nonsense in the themes of the song as well. And then yeah, some little Unity effects to kind of add this and add the lyrics and add the separation, so it looks like this when the lyrics come up. A lot of fun little wordplay things in here that I like, but it's not that fun of a song to, like, listen to. It's not that complex or anything, but I like the lyrics a lot. Should I play some of it? I do like it. Let's go for it.
About you lately, oh, it drives me mad. I remember the times were great, 'cause I forget the bad.
And then it goes on like that for too long, with not enough variation from that. But I still like it a lot. I like playing it a lot. And there's a different way of playing it on. I played it on like acoustic guitar for the actual album, not the ukulele. It's slightly different, like pitch. That was a really fun video to make though, but it was a lot of cleanup and a lot of setup to get everything like in that room and then out of the room, and like putting it in Unity and combining 2 different videos together, and a whole lot of work. Let's put that in B. Let's put that in B. It can be my mid song. I love emotion machines. I should stop saying that because I love all videos, but this is more of like a short story, little thematic thing, like Edgar Allan Poe kind of short story or something. My neighbor's made a weird high-pitched sound. But yeah, this is about. It's not that I don't know what it's about. It's that I don't know where to start talking about what it's about. Yeah, this is a good paragraph. I put a lot of time into studying, researching, and generally thinking about how parental attachment styles affect children through their lives and relationships as adults. So I worked with a researcher doing attachment theory research, which is based around like how many like people we like to have close to us in life and how that affects us through life, and like how our attachment figure changes through life. Like in until we're teenagers, we're mostly attached to like our mother or father figure, some parental figure, maybe an older sibling, and then as teenage years and on, we get more attached to romantic figures and into relationships and stuff, and then into our kids and whatnot. So like who we have closest to us and around us in like different circles changes throughout life. And that was a big impetus for this song, and also like my research on emotions and how they develop and how they line up with attachment styles. So at the end of this song kind of hits on how emotions develop from birth to adulthood, from 0 to 18. But generally it's just a little fairy tale or folk tale or something in the fictional world, which is, I guess, the first version of that I made. Like this delving into like the physical environment with like a character and showing them, like expressing a thing and talking about that world at all within this. So I started with a reference picture of somebody like sitting sadly in despair. Yeah, like this or this or this. It always has that same pose. None of these are the actual reference picture I chose. Let's do that one. Oh, yeah. You can kind of see like the hands on the face. Like the body seems kind of exhausted and out of energy. Very kind of universal, like you have nothing to live for or whatever. But that's how I kind of started when I built this. Oh, this is so many like cylinders and circles or spheres and mostly cylinders and spheres, like put on each other with different textures to get all the different shapes of the robot. And even the princess in here is a 3D model with like a few cylinders and a sphere. Not much detail to it because I knew it would just be a silhouette, but it's in there. And so I made robot character, and all of its proportions are mostly human. I'm going to be working on refining this and making it more aligned with what I want it to look like in the next coming few weeks. Because Emotion Machines is going to be on my next album. It's going to be on Who Counts the Trees. I'm not sure where yet, but I'm going to have it in there. Like a modified version of it. Yes. So in Unity, not much new. There's just like water. It doesn't use the last water effect. It's like a different one that's more static. and like the audio waves in the background. I'd like done that before, but it's different color. So it was more about making this model and then like singing it, and I sing the first verse in like a, oh, it's apparently warm in the ocean. What accent is that? Oh, it's apparent I'm going to sea. Pirate? Scottish? Irish? Whatever. I don't even know what accent I'm singing in. It just sounds good for like a folk song in this fairy tale style in this world. The one thing I changed for Who Counts the Trees is I changed the king to the queen. So the song is about, you back away from the themes, it's about like a woman and a man like getting together and deciding they want to have kids, like and how does a boy child's life look growing up to 18? How's a girl child's like growing up to 18 in terms of emotions? Where girls are generally more repressed in how they're able to act, but they're encouraged to express emotions. It's kind of the opposite with boys, like repress your emotions and then but act and be aggressive and active all the time. And that has effects just on genders, but male and female, that men grow up to be a certain way, in a robotic sort of unemotional way, even though they have just as deep and intense emotions as women, and then women grow up to be more and more emotional and expressive and less generally assertive and action-oriented and risky as males would be. But both of those, neither are good, neither are bad, and they're a lot more complicated than I just explained. Both have their ups and downs. Just the extremes are bad. Like the extreme male stereotype and gender role is bad because it says don't have emotion, and the extreme female gender like stereotype and role is bad because it's like be completely submissive and don't express yourself whatsoever in your actions, but like you're allowed to have like emotions and express them, but you're not allowed to do what you want. Everyone is a robot, and everyone is trapped in our gender roles based on like years and years of being taught to act a certain way and being taught to feel a certain way and express yourself in a certain way, and can be very negative if pushed. Not a big fan of traditional gender roles because they force people into something that they don't really align with. Like no one aligns with 100% masculinity or 100% femininity, and nor would we want them to. Like 100% masculine man would be ultra chisel jaw, zero emotions, does whatever they want all the time, and gives no regards to anyone else. And the 100% feminine version would also have its flaws and whatnot, which I'm not going to say because then somebody would accuse me of being sexist, I guess, for just pointing out statistical, psychological stuff. Both are equally extreme and equally bad, and everyone lies somewhere in between, so finding some balance between them is good, healthy. What was I talking about? I know what I'm talking about. I know what I was talking about. I just use that as a way to segue into the next thing sometimes. What was I talking about again? More into that. I don't think I need to play the song. Oh, and then later on, in the second part of the song, like, it becomes about, the first part of the song is from the perspective of a scientist who goes to see a queen. He's like the father going to see the mother, and they decide they have kids, and they decide to put, the queen's daughter into a robot that the scientist builds as like a crib, as a cage that carries her up until her adulthood, until she like marries and becomes a queen, and then she can like be attached to another person. Until then, you gotta stay chaste and stay pure and whatnot until you're married and you belong to a man. Such garbage we've developed over these thousands and millions of years of forcing people into these roles. But yeah, that's that extreme, and that's the first half. So he builds the robot, knowing that like some of her emotions are going to leak into it. But who cares? Who cares about the robot's feelings? And then when it gets in the second verse, it's from the robot's perspective, like he's more grown up. And instead of, oh, it's apparently warm in the ocean, it's, I was apparently made for a purpose, parenting something I desperately need. More robotic, but also a little touch of influence from the father of that accent. Need. A little folky robot, which I love. It's really fun to sing this. Father who programmed me gave me autonomy, but never an intimacy. And then I really like I like a few lines here. Like, after it's set up, I can have some really fun stuff. I'm trying to scroll down in my lyrics. No, that's not how it works. He tasked me with carrying somebody's daughter who's honestly no fairer than you or me. Like, the fair maiden is just a normal person. A princess or pauper, all the same. All just roles were given at birth. He did it for wealth, but he traded his honor. Those bones grind to grains in the sea. Really love that line too. Like he's just dying and withering away somewhere. Like, who cares about him? Let's see. And then the male serotype has to keep the female aspects inside, and then the female can't express outside of what the male decides for. I find it sort of obvious kind of symbolism. I mean, at least once you say it. But that was a stupid thing to say. Of course it's obvious after you say it. Then because it's been said. But I also appreciate like all this gender role stuff and the girl being trapped in the boy's body. I see that somebody could see it and perceive it as like transgenderism or something, which, sure, fine. I mean, my song isn't necessarily not about that. It can be about that too. I'm pro human beings and individuals and whatever they want to do. So it could be about transgender people too, and about how they struggle with the other gender inside of them. Even though that's a universal thing, we all struggle with balancing those two aspects of life. That can go away. Love it going into S. I really need, like, nowadays to write more like fairy tale type, little short story-ish feeling songs like that. At some point. I guess I've kind of sort of done that a bit with the second album, going more folky and more storytelling. I don't know if I'll stick with that or not. This is going to be the longest video I've recorded, the longest video on YouTube, and I'm probably going to have to, it's probably going to run out of space again and get up to like 5 hours or something. Awesome. A new first for me. So this is a cover of Fortunate Son. What can I say about it? I mean, it's not just a cover. I intentionally have to have my own weird artistic spin on it, and that is more in the visuals. Let me play what it sounds like. Ooh, I say ooh too many times. Whatever. So I like the general purpose of this is to, for one, showcase all the steps I had to go through in order to get from a recording to actually uploading to YouTube. But also, like, I intentionally added like a reverb effect in this, so it sounds like it's in like an echoey room, and it sounds off in the beginning. It sounds really weird in the beginning when it's like this, but then as it gets farther and farther away, deeper and deeper into the pipeline of getting a video uploaded, then the distance between like me and the camera or me and the video like keeps increasing, and that echo becomes more and more. It sounds better, like as you get farther and farther away. And then you could showcase my 17 or so videos I had at the time. Yeah, so it was about showcasing like the process. I don't really remember why I decided to do a cover. I mean, even to this day, like it's one of my favorite songs to just sing. Like yesterday, the day before, pretty much every time I pick up my guitar and I play a series of songs, "Fortunate Son" makes its way into there at some point. I love singing it. A very simple song too, guitar-wise. And even from the beginning, before I could sing Clearance Clearwater pretty well. Like Fortunate Son and the one someone told me long ago, there's a calm before the storm. What's the title of that song? I love singing that song too. I just forgot the title of it for some reason. Well, those fit my vocal range really well even before I really learned how to sing, so they're really fun to play. Nothing to this video really, other than just like the echoey nature and it keeping pushing back. Honestly, like vocals could have been a lot better. Mixing could have been a lot better. It's between C and D. I'll put it in the D though. Higher up than that video. That's gotta be last. Oh, this is a good one. Love it. Oh, I love ya. So, yeah, this was like late into a semester of school. I hadn't really uploaded that many videos. I mean, yeah, that's why I did the Clarence Clearwater cover, is because I didn't really have time to like creatively come up with songs and video ideas. So I'll just do a cover, do a little quick kind of creative thing of having it go through the YouTube pipeline. Then I got a chance at the end of my first full semester of like full-time teaching, 40 hours a week. Of like near the end of the semester, playing a little concert, a little lecture-long concert with various songs. AI Afterlife, Millennial Itch I played, and Love Ya I played. And wonderful student recorded it. I specifically said, like, don't record it. Do not record me. Please put your phones away and listen to this and experience this in the moment, please. But I knew someone would sneak a little phone up above their seats and do a secret recording of me. I didn't expect an entire song, so this was kind of a fun, unexpected video that came about. But I'm glad that somebody recorded a full-length song of me doing this in person. This is the first time I ever sang a song in front of other people. And I'm standing in front of a crowd of at least 150 people. I've learned that people from other classes like heard about me going to do a concert and they came over. Like people who weren't even registered for my class came and watched me sing and talk about stuff. I made like a special PowerPoint thing to go in the background that's our textbook, but with like X's over all the faces and all the information changed to match. Like it's right here to kind of match like the class and be like a little fun play on the normal class. Fun. Look at me go. In that class, I did another great thing where I gave them blank stickers and I let them draw whatever they want on them and then hand them to me for 1 bonus point, and I put them on my guitar and they're on the guitar here. So there's like 100 hand-drawn stickers that they drew on the guitar. Wonderful, wonderful. I love that semester. I love that class. I feel so bad for them because I was so overly stressed and probably horrible at teaching most of the topics, but it was fun. And at the end, I could give them a little concert. Then a bunch of random, meaningless, poetic nonsense here. Words intentionally either italicized, underlined, and bolded. Again, like just how I would do it in like a PowerPoint in class, but to emphasize different things. All the X's over types of social media, and even I intentionally covered the name of the song here and here, like with advertisements, or with like anti-advertisements, I guess, just to show how much this crap clouds our view of the world, and that really has shown its face in my second album, being anti-advertisement and anti like marketing and stuff, attention whoring. But made it into the theme of this song of I'm a bit of an attention whore, but only under black lights. This is a fun song to write, a fun song to think of. I think like during that semester I only wrote this song. It started with somebody on social media that I got wind of said like I love Logan, and my full name actually, with LUV. And then I got the idea for a song, and the UV nature of LUV was interesting to me, about how you could like certain birds have UV like colored, or they have colors on their body that can only be seen like with ultraviolet perception. So if you use a special camera, why am I talking? I could just show you this. UV birds. Yeah, here we go. Like what birds see versus what humans see. Many birds are much more colorful to themselves than they are to humans, because their colors lie beyond the human spectrum. So ultraviolet to infrared spectrums, and not birds, just many animals that look kind of bland to us are actually very colorful and bright in the animal world. And it's a nice little analogy in regards to love that just kind of naturally came about. Like you have this hidden expression of love that comes from like invisible ink, or like a love letter written in invisible ink or whatever. And I threw in some little nods to things that came up a lot in class, like the mere exposure effect. I had this running joke on my tests in Psych 101, where the mere exposure effect was an answer to like 50 different was a possible answer to like 50 different questions, but it was only the actual answer to one of those questions. Hilarious. The mere exposure effect is that like the more we are exposed to a certain thing, the more we tend to like it. So if we see like a celebrity face a lot, we like that face, even if it's kind of weird looking, just because it's a celebrity. Like people like Ryan Gosling because they know his face, even though like who knows if he's actually attractive or not. It's irrelevant anymore. What matters is that people look at him and they've seen him a bunch of times in movies, and like, oh, he's attractive because he's in movies, and they've seen him a million times. So it's kind of overblown because of the amount of exposure he's gotten. And spans, like memory spans and stuff. That's kind of the nature of the highlighting and underlining and italicizing. So some deep cut like class references that only they would get, along with the love and UV aspects all combined in one. And hidden audio, and I like that it's like a crappy quality audio too, from a cell phone from 20 feet away, with a bunch of sound around the girl who was recording. What an experience though that was, singing in front of people for the first time. Loved it so much. I've gotten way better at it since then, and the kids absolutely loved it. Kids, they're all adults, except for the handful that were like 17 or so, like attending as part of their high school, or they were just happened to be 1 year ahead or whatever. But yeah, adults in my eyes at least, whatever. That was fun. And then the historical value of that is an S. But the audio quality sucks, and like I don't know. I'll put that in B. Definitely not a mid song, but let's stick it in B. Let's put Play the Flyman in B. That goes there. Move things around a bit. That looks a little better, a little nicer. And then I was learning some more intricate guitar stuff, like practicing a lot how to move individual fingers on my left hand. I talked before about how I tried different finger arrangements with my right hand, and I was trying to get more active with my left hand as I played. You know, being able to move as I'm strumming and doing things like independently with my left hand. So that's kind of the endeavor I went on with the next full of video, the next few videos, just guitar practice. Oh, there's my wonderful pajamas. I can't tell you like how much time I spent without even writing any songs or anything, just playing that over and over and over again, trying to train my fingers to be able to move in that systematic rhythmic sort of way to capture it, which you can't even really tell too much in the video of how it sounds. And that became the basis of a few songs from the first time. Let's see, what capo is that on? 5, I think. While since I played any song that had that particular riff or whatever it's called. But it was a heck of a lot of fun, and I want to say like I learned a lot about how to use my left hand to finger guitar chords better and guitar notes better. But more like I knew how to do it. My hand took a while to learn how to do it. Like I know what it was supposed to sound like, but it's just like, how do I make them move in the exact order they're supposed to move in to actually hit the right strings at the right times and that quickly without thinking about it. And that just takes practice over and over again. Yeah. It is what it is. It sure is, Logan. It is what it is. Yeah. So that was a time when I took a long break after that Love You video, and for a few months. I mean, how do you even rank? Just here's me playing guitar. Whatever. C. Go into C. No, you can go into B. Whatever. I like it. And then the rest of these were. Somebody's beeping something somewhere, and the rest of these are these next 3 or 4, just me testing out with that same, I think, audio or the same like guitar technique, just doing it over and over again and seeing my progress on it on a weekly basis, and also beginning to make progress on the visualizer aspect, taking what I'd made previously and actually adding and adapting it to fit the themes of the album more, and into like a final version that would be the album videos, the official album videos. Yeah, and it's slightly different like mixing and sound and recording stuff too. So this, like I took the sound like visualization and made it into X's, so every frequency like blows up into 4 directions, making it look like an X. I like started thinking about adding like my logo and having a spinning record and in the sky rather than just like an orb. And like, working on the colors and various aspects of it a little bit. I mean, I was also teaching at the time and 4 classes and incredibly overworked, much like I am now with a variety of things. What did I add with this one? I don't even know if I added detailed descriptions for this. Making a video every week. Small steps towards an album. Yeah. And I did. I listened to it. I listened to these so much. Just to try to work on that finger movement and hand and stuff. Like I could go for a walk while listening to this, and just in my mind and in my fingertips, I could feel like my fingers moving, like with the guitar. Just constant practice, even when I'm not technically practicing, I can do it in my mind. So this adjusting some levels of stuff, some colors, adding things, changing things. Didn't do too much to the visuals here. It's the same. Kind of going for an asymmetrical, slanted look with this one with the lines. And then some movement of the camera, so it kind of moves the record back and forth. It didn't actually make it to the last part, but it was fun learning the algorithms to kind of move and animate the camera. Plus, I really like, the way I did it here, where, here I'll show. Before there's much sound, you can clearly tell that there's 2 lines. But then as sounds come into certain frequencies, it like pinches the line. It looks really interesting and cool, I think. And there's some really weird visual effects for the audio that go along in real time too. The noises. Playing at different speeds as well. Here I added some shadowing X's to capture the 3 different aspects of personality, of personal self, external self, and like the balance between them. Id, ego, super ego. Somebody's doing a lot of beeping somewhere outside. Beep, 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 beep. And here's one that I played AI Afterlife instead of that, but it's basically the same thing. Like I'm gonna just test this out, but with an actual song. Kind of see how vocals looked and appeared in the visualization, which cool. Like with just guitar, there's spikes that appear, but with vocals, those are the bigger forms that appear. Like this is my voice.
If you're purchasing the feeling of escaping from your mind.
Oh, and there's like this little wonderful complex visual dance between my voice, like smoothly flowing around and activating these large portions, and then the spiky, sharp parts that are the guitar notes being hit. They're a lot more precise. I love the visual aspects of it. I love like listening to the guitar and the vocals along with like watching these this thing move. Very pleasant for me to look at. See, I lumped all 4 of those together. Whatever. It's just me practicing and learning how to use advancing my Unity knowledge and practicing guitar skills. Not D. It doesn't suck. I'll put it in C. I mean, these ones don't suck either, but whatever. They belong in D for some reason. Now, my first recording of ASMR, Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. A weird song. I was here, like, playing around with Audacity a lot and learning audio mixing stuff and practicing that aspect of the recording process. Oh, and practicing with some cool effects for my mixer. I think I might have gotten my audio mixer, like, for this video and onward. which is a way to connect like a bunch of different microphones and add effects and stuff, and then record them automatically on the computer. I'm using it now with like 3 or 4 things plugged in, even though only this mic's on right now.
Quiet till you're next to me. As I anticipated, I find it hard to breathe. The world around you is unknown to me. You're not quite the slightest. Guide me where you're at.
Yes, that's a lot of binaural audio, and that's I wish I remembered everything about the setup of this. I should have documented it a bit more. But one of these is an electric guitar. I think the blue one. No, not at all. So the bottom 2 are electric guitar, but in the left and right ear, I believe. And then these 2 right here, the second and third one, are the binaural audio of me singing. And then the blue one is the Bluebird microphone I use that's capturing all of it. So it's combining, 1, 2, 3 different like audio sources into one. And kind of like with the Fortunate Son song, it's more to just record the process of doing something, and then I thought it looks cool. It looks cool just recording Audacity and seeing the real-time changes in the audio waves with all the different microphones and stuff. Cool video, again, whatever, put it in C, I guess. Get out of it. No, kind of visually very appealing, so I'll put it in B. Let's see here, guitar practice again with my body there this time. Yeah, I was kind of practicing for an upcoming video I was going to do for class where I was going to record myself, so I just wanted to make sure like the camera and stuff worked and get some good angles and whatnot, and kind of set up a space for that to take place. Prepare your ears, so I'm going to put it on again. Tons of effects added to that to make it sound electric guitar-y. I was trying and testing out. Good. What can I say about it? It's just, that guitar riff that I'd been practicing for a long time, but me standing up and playing it. Woo! I'll stick it down. What's the purpose of it? Doesn't have any purpose whatsoever. No, it made my ears hurt for a second, so I'm gonna put it in D. Whatever. Oh, here's a whole freaking lecture. Yeah, I recorded this and put it up for, I think, all the classes I was teaching at that time. It's much easier if you're teaching 4 classes. Just like make one recording, say, hey, class is canceled this day. There's gonna be a recording online for extra credit, along with like another alternative that you can do that's much easier, so you don't have to watch me sing. So that became more the pattern. Like every semester, I'll just do a recording and give it to all my classes, so I don't have to like go in person and do it. It was kind of sad that I only got to sing for Psych 101 the semester prior to this. So yeah, for this, you kind of see the basis of my recording style of lazily throwing things on PowerPoints and moving things around on the screen and not really cropping the bar down here out or anything, which I could easily do. And just talking about stuff and giving a little bit of a lecture. So a lot of fun little references to classes in here, along with me playing songs, talking about songwriting and or whatever the heck I talked about during this. Playing guitar, doing art. it was kind of like what I'm doing now, just like a recap of everything I'd done up till then to try to give me some perspective and also be able to express it to others. I mean, the ultimate sort of goal on the social side of doing all this artistic stuff is to teach other people how to make art, be creative, be expressive, and socialize, and learn to live life to the fullest in their way. So I've gotten better and better at that over the years. And this was like my first real attempt at making it into a lecture and actually talking about the psychological aspects of music making. Very chaotic though, it planned out, but there was so much to plan and so much to talk about. I could have talked for like 10 hours or whatever the length of this video is, but I had to bring it down to an adequate, acceptable lecture length for the students, and like decide what to talk about out of the million things I could talk about. A lot of fun. Good experience, good endeavor. Let's put in the A. And then that was near the end of the semester. Then finally, summer started, and I could actually put full effort into finishing the album, like working on the music mixing and video aspects. So my video endeavor that got pretty close to the final version of the album. There's like a jokey sort of version with a picture of my cat on it. I designed this sticker. I still have like 80 or 100 or so of these stickers left that I give out to people sometimes. There's my cat's face with 3D glasses and COVID mask X. And along with that, I was like, oh, I might as well just like stick that all over my music video, like have my cat's face everywhere. So just a bunch of cat faces. Let's see what it sounds like.
I'll raise the roof. If you're cold or evil, while I breathe fire, here's the truth. I've an obsession with some girl you'll see. Keep bitter out my mind.
Too whispery, too quiet. I should have moved back from the microphone, sung a little more intense. That kind of goes with the album as well. Too quiet, not emotional and intense and expressive enough. I'm just like sitting in my apartment, quietly sort of singing into a microphone. It was hard to sing very loud in that apartment because it just sounded like I was like bothering neighbors. I don't know if I did or not, but it just sounded like if I sang any louder than a whisper, I was gonna bother people because I could always hear other people. So that's why my first album ended up being close to like a whisper and like very. It could have used more expression in the vocals. I did a ton of Unity stuff here again, like all the other times I've talked about it. We added the title, added scrolling lyrics on top of like a modified sound wave. This time, instead of having it like jump in spikes or have X's, it just I don't know how to describe what it does. It's coming towards the camera. Like the spikes are coming towards the camera, so it just makes the areas of the audio wave that are coming out more, like the bass or the treble or whatever, it just makes them wider and like adds depth. So it's more like a heat map of the audio signal rather than a spike, like spectrum map. To zero people who understand what any of that means. But there are also some color changing stuffs going on between red and blue. I have like a nice like wavy strip here that shifts between red and blue. It gets more red or it turns red if there's enough intensity in the overall sound. Otherwise it stays blue. Had worked on various elements of it, probably getting various things working in preparation for the album. I love the cat thing though. That's good. like the audio's like nothing new, but I'll stick it here. Oh, hello there again. Hello. That's the second time my computer ran out of space. So on my main drive on my computer, it's mostly taken up by like software and stuff. It's like a very small SSD from a few years ago, when they were more expensive. So it kind of runs out of space, especially with big videos like this. Like these are massive, like HD videos with audio and stuff. So they take a lot of room and they fill up your computer quickly. So when it gets to the max, it just kind of stops recording and I have to move it over to a different drive. But that's good. I'm learning issues I'm going to have with OBS software by just jumping into it and diving into it with little to no experience, other than like the one video I've done using it before for classes or whatever. So I know that I need to set it up to record to a place that has more space, so it doesn't run into this issue of running out of recording time. And see, I know I have to do some stuff to kind of adjust to the camera, because yeah, if I close this, like I can't see myself. I can just see Kanye Tree, and that's not giving me any feedback for like how I'm moving or talking, and I can't see myself holding the guitar or anything. I have to have it like this. So maybe there's a way I can make it where I can see have my face here, so I can see it the same way that other people would. I'll play around with OBS now that I know the things that I need to pay attention to, and see any other problems that might arise as well. I need to learn what OBS stands for as well. That would be nice. Then I can actually talk about it a bit more. Anyway, where was I? I think we're on this video, I believe, which is much closer to the final album release sort of videos. I had incorporated the actual red and blue as like physical objects in the world, so they were there in the video in their pure form of 22766 or 2276652 RGB for the red, vermilion, and 3127178 for the dark teal, my two main colors. I'd also, yes, been toying around more and more with a little bit of a 3D effect of incorporating the 3D glasses into it. Yeah, a 3D effect. I didn't do too much extensive testing to make sure the 3D worked. I don't really care. I mean, it's more about the symbolism of it being split into red and blue from you than it is about actually providing a 3D effect. But if you do have 3D glasses, you and look at the right distance and the right angle, the text does pop out at you a little bit, and like the sky and stuff looks interesting, and like different, like the yellow pops out when you wear 3D glasses relative to everything else, and it's very interesting to watch with 3D glasses, and plus the binaural audio, so headphones and 3D glasses. And so, and I've done a lot of Unity trickery to get this rotating like record that like shows the water and the sky has to like is a particle effect that all these stars are created one at a time and like sent over the sky in like a curve to simulate time passing and then movement going. So I had to line up a lot of stuff and learn a lot of stuff still, but like mix together a lot of things that I'd learned from previous videos to get it looking the way I want it to look. And I'm happy with the way it looks for the most part. I mean, I don't know where to put like a test video on this thing. That's complicating the matter. But I like that I created all that stuff. Let's stick it in B again. That's good. Nice and even distribution so far. And then my final video before the first album, testing the ultimate audio setup that I was going to go for. Let's see here, we have my binaural audio, which is the binaural headphones, but like the left and right ears are on either side of my forearm. So when I'm playing the instrument, I have my electric guitar here. It's not hooked up to anything, but I can play it. So when I'm playing the instrument, like it captures this arm moving up and down along the strings. Since it's an electric guitar, it's more of a subtle like string clicking. But you can still feel that movement and feel like the distance between my mouth singing and the arm like adding to the stereo audio. Along with this microphone. So yeah. What does it sound like? There's the electric guitar. Oh, and also there's an additional microphone added here, which is this microphone I use for my lectures, like in class. The headset microphone to capture the voice more clearly. So like in the mixing process, I can isolate the voice a little bit better apart from like the room and apart from the guitar and stuff. Overcomplicated. I overcomplicated my first album way too much. And definitely did not have the experience to mix all of these different types of audio together, but whatever. I caught myself in a little pose. Oh, jeez. And then I'm sure I'm describing all the audio stuff here and how I'm mixing it together and whatnot. It's sort of for my own sake. Like if I ever am like really curious about how I set up the audio of the first album, I can go review all these videos and understand it. I don't know why I would. I don't want any other album to sound like mine. Or anyone else's album to sound like mine. I don't want any of my other albums to sound like this one, so yeah. Well, just for the sake of recording it, I guess. Whatever, I'm a scientist. That sounded really good though. That was nice. I think it sounded better than the actual final album versions. I'll put it in A. I like it. I like the setup. Nice and advanced. Oh, and then came the album. Which, yeah. I guess I can talk a lot about that, but let's see. I played The Outline at the Door. I played Reminiscence in the AM. I played that. I haven't played Drift Away or 5 to 9. It's only 5 to 9. Drift Away uses the same sort of guitar thing I've been practicing. At some point. Although your body is soaking, unspoken. It's the big issue that rose with this. Like the audio sounds like fine. It sounds mostly like it did in the last video I played, but having it go like with Unity made the graphics stutter, like it's like jumpy, like continuously, like jittery as it moves along. Why have I not liked this? Like, it's good. Good song. But yeah, see, nothing really changed other than like the distance of the red and the blue to the letters was condensed a little, and it's jittery. But other than that, it looks like it did in that practice version. I like it. I'm a big fan of it. Like I said in previous videos, like it just happened that some of the themes of the album were like noise and like overcomplicated communication and like hidden messages and things being sort of natural rather than artificial and etc. All were kind of small themes or large themes across the album. So again, I don't mind too much like the issues with it. I noticed them while they were happening. I mean, I didn't not notice that the frames were jittering. I didn't like not notice like certain flaws with the audio, or even like sometimes my vocals kind of mess up at one point. I voice crack, or I make some small mistake or something, whatever. My main goal was just to record it in one day, mostly, pretty much in one sitting, maybe a few breaks, but just sitting on, like this, basically, like sitting on my couch in my old apartment, and just playing it like quietly into a microphone, basically, or singing it quietly into a microphone and capturing it all sort of at once in a uniform kind of way. That's what I did. I like.
I'll try to frame it so you understand.
This is the last song I wrote. I wrote it actually as I was like putting the album together in like the last month, which is why the lyrics are the least refined out of all the songs, for sure. And it's generally, I know I've talked about this, but it's generally about just obsessions. Obsessions were a big theme around during that year. As you can tell with the amount of obsessive sort of practice and experimentation and whatnot I was doing in the beginning, and then I got obsessed with school and teaching like while I was doing that after that first summer. So and then of course like many people have problems with obsessions with people and obsessions with hobbies and stuff that arise and go away and whatnot. So that was a big thing, always has been in my life. And 5 to 9 is about the inverse of 5 to 9, of carrying one's work home with you and one's possessions home with you, like in your free time, essentially, in a sentence. But of course, it's got to be about like a love song as well, because that's hilarious. I don't know, hilarious in my mind at least. Like I can't stop thinking about you 5 to 9. I think it's a good line. I don't play this song too much. I love singing the chorus. It has a really nice chorus that I'll explain in a second. Let me play it.
I'm sure you just can't wait to hear sequentially. Once I wake, it starts again. I'm drawn into your light. The look away won't cause me pain, so I stare until I'm blind. The reason that I gotta drinks to drown you out my mind, for I can't help but always think about you 5 to 9.
Oh, I love it. It's just really fun to sing. I think it's I'm not sure it's super catchy or whatever. I mean, I can't make that judgment myself. But I definitely like the feeling of it. And it's so fun to play, and like on the guitar. Which one? Here. So it's just A minor. And then, for the first time ever in any song, I was practicing sliding. It sounds cool to me. But also, so it's once I wake, it starts again. 2, look away, will cause me pain. The reason that I've got a drink. 4 something. What was 4 again? 4, I can't help but always think about it on my. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's sing it. For. Once I awake, it starts again. I'm drawn into your light. The
look away would cause me pain, so I stare until I'm blind. The reason that I gotta drinks to drown you out my mind. For I can't help but always think about you. 5 to 9.
So it's like a cycle of 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 to 9. So like the album itself, the first 4 songs kind of represent one cycle of like being in a relationship or being. I haven't thought about this in a long time. Or I've thought about it. I haven't explained it in a long time. The first 4 songs kind of follow their own sort of little story in order. And I wish they'd upload it in order, but you have to go to a playlist to see the actual order. No, I don't want that. I want to see the list. I want to see the list. Please show me the list. And that can stop. So the order goes AI Afterlife, Millennial Itch, Vermilion Waves, and Bits, Amperes, and Pieces. That's like having a relationship or something, and to its natural conclusion of ending. Bits, Amperes, and Pieces is more of like a breakup song. So that's like the being in a relationship cycle, and then it gets to 5 to 9, which is dealing with the aftermath of an obsession or a relationship, of reminiscing, trying to get rid of the memories, and then finding some like new peace and new things to care about and pay attention to. So there's this first little sequence of 4 songs, and then 5 to like 8 are their own little sequence of overcoming a loss or getting over an obsession, and then 5 to 9 is its own like part of the sequence where like you overthink like all the steps that you've gone through of being in a relationship and of getting over it, and those cause lots of anxieties and thoughts and whatnot. And it cycles back from once something's ended, you cycle between the like steps 5, 6, 7, 8, and then realizing you're doing it, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, realize you're doing it, 5, 6, 7, 8, realize you're doing it over and over again, sort of obsessing over the loss of an obsession or something. I explained it very poorly, but I guess the general idea got across that 5 to 9 is not. I put way too much thought into random nonsense like this that people would only understand if I explain it in hours and hours and hours long videos. Another reason why I write for me, I don't have to worry about making things that actually make sense to other people. I can just do things that only I can understand and are convoluted and hidden by symbolism and whatnot. So yes, 5 to 9 is about complicated shit. A lot of things. That's really difficult. It makes it really difficult for me to talk about my music ever with anyone. And then like, how do I explain what I just said? I mean, I couldn't even explain it right now very well without like messing up parts of the description. How the heck is somebody like I've never met before, I barely know, who asks like what kind of music I write or asks me to describe a song? How? Or if I played this song at like an open mic night or something, how would I even approach talking about what this song means to me or what it's supposed to mean or whatever? I guess don't. I guess that's the point of art and stuff, is just do stuff with a lot of meaning behind it and then let people come to their own conclusions and ideas about it. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, and then it ends with kind of a way of overcoming that cycle, which is I Become the Rain. It's about meditation and relieving built up stuff. And Lion at the Door is about finding new purpose and goal. So there's some general order and meaning to them, like thematically, but I mean the order wasn't there until after most of the pieces had already been put together, and a lot of these songs got were made at very, very different times in my life, different styles and different skill levels. And I definitely did not have an idea for, like, I want this album to be this way and have these themes and whatnot. It just kind of formed over time based on the things I was researching in psychology and the things that happened in my life and around me with other people. And it formed into what it is now, which I love. It had a general sort of idea that I want to make an album and I want it to generally be about this handful of things, but then over time, as new things kept happening, then the album became about new things. So the album was more of a encapsulation of that time period of my life, along with being its own little personal narrative story thing. So let's just put the whole album S. That's S tier, regardless of its issues and its problems. Those are close enough to be synonyms that I shouldn't have said both of it, but there we go. And that was that. So that was a lot. And I listened. Oh, jeez. It goes without saying, but I like downloaded these videos, listened to them a million times on Spotify, listened to them and like watched them on repeat over and over and over again on my phone with 3D glasses on. Like I went on a trip to the UK right after publishing this. That was kind of like, I'm going to do this before I go on this trip as a reward. That was my time frame. So I did that, and then like the whole like airplane, like airport nonsense was just me watching this over and over again. And sitting in the airplane, it was just me watching this over and over again. And then whenever I had like downtime while I was over in the UK, I was like, okay, I'll just watch my entire album of 40 something minutes and listen to it and notice all the mistakes and notice all the positive aspects, look at the videos. What an accomplishment though, making an album. If I had a bucket list, I'd write it on there and scratch it off. It's a big achievement, regardless of the quality of it. And then I got back and inspired to work on next album, which is close to done. Alright, so here's me. My first attempts at putting more body language, or not body language, I'm not trying to express anything with my body by itself, but putting more emphasis on moving my body so it gets captured in the sound of the guitar as I play. So I've gotten way better at moving the individual fingers of my left and my right hand at this point after the first album. Much more control over it. I mean, I'm better now, but I can definitely see the big, vast improvements from back in the first AI Afterlife days to this, which was just a little over a year later. And all this accumulated like 3D glasses and X and the masks and the microphones that built up and the instruments that built up and all the knowledge of audio mixing and stuff. What a whirlwind of a year and a month or so, or a month or two that was. Ridiculous, wacky. Well, I guess a year and half a month was around the time frame, because it's like June 12th, and then I published the actual videos probably June 30th, 31st or something. Where is that information at? July 5th, actually. Okay, so a little bit later, but a year and a month. I'll go with. Look at me, hop, hop, hop. Move your body around, shake your head, move your shoulders, move your hips. Get it, got it, good. My leg raises up, stomps. You can probably like hear like boom in the audio when that happens. Let's see if I can hear it. No, because the electric guitar is there, and that's mostly what you hear, and the audio from the mouth mic. Wonderful. And I would I put this mirror here so I could practice like how I'm moving while I play and like watch myself, trying to force myself to move more. And that definitely it translated over to my teaching as well. I've become much more charismatic, and all this hand movements and stuff. I've gotten better and more natural at doing it, and moving my body around and being expressive with the way I speak and whatnot, which carries over to singing. Like you learn these latent skills of just how to move your body, and that carries over to 50 different aspects of life. That was fun. This I know I've talked about this because this is Who Counts the Trees. It's the first song on the album, Who Counts the Trees. Oh, actually, not the first song, but it's one of the songs, the title song, the titular song. I love that word. I actually put the lyrics here because I was too lazy to insert them into the closed captions. Whatever. Yeah. Good stuff. Man, that was fun. I wasn't sure where to go with the visual artistic direction at that point. Just had the yellow on black X, which is derived from search studies in psychology. Let's put that on A. Another good, nice experiment. I liked it. Now more of the same thing, but with okay, I'm up here. Now what? As I've talked about, this first song written exclusively with this album in mind. I have to clarify very specifically for that, because Who Counts the Trees, part of it, and the idea of it, and part of it was written a couple years, or time frames are so weird. The idea and part of it was written back when like those first beginning initial videos were being made, like during that summer, but it was only like the first line. And then like the rest came afterwards, like for that video. But this song I started and finished after the UK and after the first album was published, and when I had an idea for what I wanted the album to be about, which was generally advertisements and distractions around us, my hatred of those, and like internet addiction. Yeah, and that was the pilot light of this album, the beginning of this album, and the general ideas of it. Yeah, I've talked about this song. Look at me going. I'm doing it. Is that the first video where I didn't wear a hat? I think it was. Like, pretty much worn a hat my entire life, whenever I could, since elementary school, and inspired more and more over the last few years with teaching. Like, maybe I should wear a hat less so people can actually see my face, like trust me more, and how am I going to express emotions with my face and whatnot if people can't even see it? Hats are definitely a way of hiding, not just blocking out the sun. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I like the variability of when you're wearing a hat. Like, you can put it up and like look at people, or you can like put it down if you're feeling like you don't really want to talk to people, and kind of tilt your head, and you don't have to really bother with the world. You kind of like be in your own little personal space when you have a hat on, if you do that. Not having to worry about my hair blowing around, which I have different reasons for not having to worry about that now. Not having to worry about balding. I started balding a couple years ago, like when I first started teaching full time. Thinning hair, not balding too much. Whatever. I'd always prefer with my hair less effort. Like, that's why I have a beard. and that's why I wore a hat for the most part. There's less effort put into like getting ready. I can just wake up and make sure my beard's not scruffy, put a hat on, walk out the door, and I'm prepared for the day. Don't have to worry about anything. Actually, absolutely love that. And then bald is another variation of that same principle of don't have to worry about anything. I'm just bald, whatever. And now I have less to worry about because I can walk outside and not have to worry about my hair blowing and sticking in some strange position. Or worrying about the thinning or whatever. That's all good. Who cares? What'd I write here? Hey, kitty. So all that. Again, oh, hello, cat. You decided to hit the camera with your tail. You love doing that. Or hit the microphone with your tail. Yes. I'll pet the cat for a minute. This is an intermission for the intermission where I get to pet Wolfie here. At least look at the camera so it's not like... There you go. There you go. Purr into the camera. Or purr into the microphone. I keep calling the microphone the camera. Oh, good boy. Good boy. Oh, he's a good boy. Scoot along. And he's good at distracting me from videos and making me completely forget what I'm doing. He doesn't need too much attention though. He comes and says hi like once in a while. Sometimes he lays with me. He's a very self-reliant sort of loner type cat. I really like the song. I like playing it. There's a lot of variety to it. I've added a lot more like auditory like variety to my songs in this album. Of it like changes a lot from the verse to the like pre-chorus to the chorus, in how I play and how I sing and stuff, and adding more and more like variability to it. Why was it down here? It's not a D. It's like a B song, whatever. Or a B video. Didn't really add anything on top of Who Counts the Trees other than my first recording of that song. Then a whole semester of... Oh, actually, a semester and a half of school happened. Where I was so wrapped up in teaching and stuff and like working on songs and like I went through my first initial album of being obsessed. I went through my album of learning all the initial aspects of Unity, visualization, and audio mixing, and all the instruments, and songwriting, and blah blah blah. It was all so much effort and so much work, and such a big obsession into like 1,400 different areas of life and skills and stuff. But then like it became a lot different after the first album. After I proved that I could do it, and I laid the basic foundations of music making and art creation, then my goals shifted towards refining those and spending a lot more time on individual songs, with a good idea of what to avoid, like gimmicky stuff, like Flanders' dumpy booty. Like, let's not make a song about that, because that's a ridiculous joke. And let's stick with things that have even joke songs. Let's have them have some sort of meaning and link in with the other songs in the album. And I was definitely been focusing a lot on how things tie together and making sure that themes carry over between the songs. Still haven't quite finally decided on the order of everything, but a whole ton more thought goes into refining things and whatever else I just said than the other things. What's this video? Life XX1, another lecture video. Like 2 or 3 happened in between this one and the last one, or at least one. one or two, let's say, one or two videos I believe happened in terms of lectures or live performances for various classes that I didn't upload to YouTube. There's probably a handful of songs that I started that I put some effort into that didn't make it into like the final album, didn't get recorded. And then maybe their lyrics got like sponged into another song. Maybe they get lost. Maybe they're on some random recording on my recorder or on my computer. But yeah. And this was 9 months after the last video, so it's a very different person, much longer beard. I don't know if I'm bald yet. No, I hadn't shaved my head yet at this point. And here is where I got to explore more so the scientific aspects of new theory, of how it's a mnemonic theory of building fictional worlds that kind of represents all the aspects of psychology, a way for me to do art and science and music and whatnot all at once. But the scientific aspects being a little bit of what I've gone over of looking at things at a big perspective versus a minute kind of small perspective, and balancing those two aspects, those two sort of poles together. And I don't want to spend like 15 minutes talking about the other scientific sort of links, but yeah, exploring colors, exploring shapes, and then like X and O and eyes and skies and oceans and everything, kind of considering their thematic place within this AI afterlife world I'm creating. This mnemonic for psychology. Watch like the first 15 minutes of this video or whatever if you want to hear about that nonsense. This is not a TED Talk. I love how my TED Talk thing has become like a staple of my videos. Just the TED lazily taped over this drawing with an X over it. I play so many TED videos in my classes that it's too appropriate that I just need to remind people this is not a TED Talk. I just need to remind everyone this is not a TED Talk. 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 The more I say it, the more true it becomes. Anyways, this is more of this just lecture stuff. A little bit more thought out. Not a little, a heck of a lot more thought out this time, with PowerPoints that go into descriptions about psychology and the psychology of getting into making music and creativity and words and AI and I mean, you can see it's an hour and a 57-minute long video, which is, I'm gonna guess, like less than half of what the length of this video is, but I'm not gonna explain any of this stuff right now again. Oh yeah, here's an upcoming song, No Face Detected. I think it's changed a tiny bit since I played it here, but it's gonna be on the album. Have Come the Rain, that's always a fun one. What else did I play here? I played AI Afterlife, and then AI Afterlife Part 2, which is another coming up video song. Gonna be on the second album. And some covers, Olivia Rodriguez. Why am I hiding the lyrics? Yeah, My Mind and Me, I learned to play that song. Good song. I mean, I love that lecture. I also gave an in-person talk at like a conference at my university where I talked for an hour-ish and sang like 3 songs about new theory and explained it before I did this video. So it's less refined and more nonsensical and with less visual aids because I was standing in front of people without a PowerPoint. And since then, I've started working on this. I think I've rewatched each video once. The first video I watched this video, I don't know, 3-4 times, even though it's like an hour and 14 minutes long. Because it had been a long time since I recorded. So this was back 6 months ago, this is 2 months ago. So actually not that long, just a 4-month hiatus before I got back into it. Recording. Got back into the recording aspects. I still was writing songs and working on them, refining them throughout that time period. And yeah, in this video I introduced Kanye Tree to the public, I guess. He was in previous videos, but Kanye Tree, Who Counts the Trees album, talked about it. If you watched it, I'm sure you remember. Oh, it was wonderful. I built this prototype. Really no need to talk about it again, because here's me literally talking about it. Now, I made sure during this video to just say whatever the heck came to my mind that I thought might be a problem or an issue with video making. Just whatever. That's a stream of consciousness sort of say things and do things. Like I'm doing that mostly right now. I can't do the same hand symbol as I'm doing there. I'd never like explained this album before when I first did this, so I messed up a lot. But look at me go. I learned a lot from teaching. Moving my body around and stuff. Couldn't do that a few years ago. I was way too shy and like didn't know anything about public speaking and didn't have much practice to be like that expressive when talking. Definitely couldn't record myself very well. It took a long time for me to actually record myself talking and post that to YouTube. It wasn't until this video actually, so that's a big plus. I mean, I talked in this lecture, but that was posted to like my students beforehand. It was made for them, and it was just, I put it up here because, like, posterity's sake, I guess. Posterity's stake. I did not mean to say that. And I talk in this video again, but that's a lecture. So this is the first video I intentionally talked on YouTube to the audience. So that's a big win. I want to put that up here in that's a huge breakthrough. That was fun. That was a few months ago. I don't know. I've skipped like 3 months or 3 weeks at this point, so I shouldn't have put week 1. When I started this, I should have put like part 1. So I wouldn't be 100%. So I wouldn't have been as much pressured to put one out every week, because it makes it seem like I'm doing it or I should be doing it every week, which was the initial plan at the end of summer and beginning of the semester before a million things happened and life got way more complicated. Okay, I'm still going for it. I'll still do the rest. I still got 6 more videos of this at least. Talking about 6 other songs. Oh, good for me, good for me. There I go. Look at that. I gave a whole hour, 50-minute long talk to nobody. Good for me. Watch this one. What's this one? What song did I play for the second week? Oh, that was the new WCtT Blues song. That was fun. I had no predestined order for this. I mostly come up with what I'm going to say and what I'm going to talk about on Saturday. Maybe I'll start thinking about it like Thursday and putting together ideas. Oh, this is great. This is my premiere of the new WCtT Blues song, which I really love. Really love singing that song. Obviously, I play all these songs a lot because they're on the album I'm currently working on. Oh, yes. Don't really... I got my uses out of my cowboy hat, but it's a little too tight, a little too warm. And again, I'm kind of like gotten over hats a little bit, except in special circumstances, like a normal human being. If that is such a thing. Oh, let's listen to me play a little bit. Why not? So, join me in a nicer place where flaws are filtered from your face. You can dive into a better version of you. So I added some weird effects to the ukulele there, which are not going to be in the final version. There's not going to be weird distortion. It'll just be a more plain ukulele being recorded. That was a good video, though, I believe. It went really well. I was very prepared for it. So I'll put that in the high B's. Let's pretend it's over here because I don't want to move everything around. And then the secret video. How do I get to it? Is it here? Let's go to the creator section. No, we don't want that. How do I get to my manage videos? I think that's it. Here's what I see when I like upload videos and stuff. The list of them. Oh, my one hidden video. Let's watch it. Let's watch the whole thing right now. Curse words. Lots of curse words here. Definitely. So basically what happened is, like, the grad school, like, I'm still working on my dissertation. The grad school was like, oh, you haven't taken a class in 4 semesters, so you've been kicked out of the grad school, and you can't graduate now without, like, waiting a year and filling out a form and reapplying and a bunch of stuff. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm done getting my PhD. I'm going to just move on with my life now. So this was my goodbye letter to the education system. And it didn't seem like I was going to be able to actually graduate and finish and stuff, so like, whatever. I made a nice little art piece. I took the email like chain of me trying to like fight this little decision between like various soulless employees, and like added things to it, and like moved things around, and added my own little comments and emojis and colors and stuff to it to kind of show my expression of emotion throughout the thing. And then yeah, I made a nice little art piece, nice PDF of, I'm not gonna show too much of it. No, that can go away. Nice PDF of my thoughts on the education system. I was going to mass email it to every student I ever had, as well as the faculty list at my university, to kind of show what happened, and as an expression of art. Here's my art piece of my thoughts on the education system to all my former students. But that didn't happen. Like as I was about to send it, and as I was, like, after the video was uploaded, I was gonna send the email out with that art piece attached to it. All my former students would have seen it. All faculty would have seen it. Would have caused a stir, I'm sure. That's the purpose of art. But as I was sending the email, I think I pressed send, and there's like a 10-minute gap. But when you press send to when it actually sends, so it gives you time to like look it over and reverse it if you want. I got another email like 5 seconds into that, and I was like, okay, cancel. Like, what is this? What is this email? Before I let this mass email send off. And I looked, and it was like the director of the graduate school, like, okay, 4 days after it had been resolved and we had decided you've been kicked out, we have decided that we're going to let you actually finish your dissertation and whatnot. So I was like, okay. And I blocked the video, hid it, and I didn't send out a mass email. So, it'll just exist in the nether for all of eternity now. But it would have been fun. It would have been nice, interesting thing to happen. And then I would have been able to focus on app development and stuff and actually do what I want in life. But instead, here I am finishing my dissertation still and not having time to do anything else. Not really a fan of the title of doctorate. Is this the secret video? No, it's not the secret video. The secret video goes in an invisible place. It goes in SS plus tier because it's the best video I'll ever make, but sadly no one else can see it. And then the week after, just back to it. I was kind of out of it, and I just went through like a 2-week ordeal of fighting the system, and I think I had to like change my entire life and like rescheduling things and reworking my days and reworking my weeks and reworking all my future like goals and stuff. So I was pretty out of it. Pretty exhausted, had insomnia and whatnot. I'm trying to resolve all these issues. Haven't even been able to focus on art and things, but I forced myself to make a nice video that week. Talking in a more calm manner about the education system and my thoughts on it, leading into okay, I'm up here now. What? Which. Showed the video earlier of that, the first song I made for this album exclusively. Dun, 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 dun. My pattern of minimalistic descriptions for this. Like, we don't need descriptions, just watch the video. Sickness. Woods. Words. Song. Woods. Yeah, I was also physically sick at the time. Like throughout that experience, maybe brought on by the things that were happening. No. How do I even rate these? How I rate this? Didn't really do anything new here. I mean, the big draw for this one is that I was able to actually do it despite all the things that have been happening and the sickness and being overwhelmed with a million other things happening in life. But nothing really exceptional about the video itself or whatever. Let's put it in C grade. Oh, and then weirdly, like the Daydream HD video has 18 views, where the 2 videos around it have 8. So I don't know what the heck happened there. I guess the title Daydream HD or something brought random people in or something. No idea. Oh, this is fantastic, though. I got the chance to finish my product prototype. I think quite leaps and bounds ahead of my initial product prototype of the Vermilion Waves like cigarette package, using like PowerPoint and Unity and scrambling and experimenting to get it all together. This is more. I knew exactly what I wanted it to look like beforehand, and I watched tutorials, like many tutorials on how to make glass bottles and the different aspects of it and how to add lighting and modify it and rotation and etc. There's tons and tons of Blender things I've been learning, similar to my experiences with Unity back in the music visualization times. So what can I say? I learned a crap ton about how to build 3D objects in Blender and animate them with this video, or in creating this video and this object, which came before the video and whatnot. but I like it. I like the bottles a lot. I like the song a lot. It's very weird. Weird in the sense that it's different than my normal like style of singing and my normal approach to songs. It's more, I still don't know what genre. It's less folk and more like bluesy, I think. I think bluesy. Here's the lyrics in this song. January, just like the idea while until May 1st, because everything. When do I actually sing it? Attempts. Logan, sing the song, please. Make it look realistic, nicer. I fell in love with me. Like that. Anyway, I was gonna play it. Okay, let's hear. Daydream HT. Let's reset all these to see how we can do here. Daydream HT. I'm always feeling a bit under the weather, so I called a helpline. I fell in love with the operator when she said, "Oh, isn't it fine?" Love this song. Love this song. Love playing it. I played it for a songwriters group too. They enjoyed it a lot. And I can get more powerful with my vocals and stuff when singing it not in the quiet isolation of my apartment. Love it. Other people like it for some reason. What is with this 18 views? It's just more than other videos, even though it's week 5. It's just a random week out of it. I mean, I know people like their 3D models and whatnot on YouTube and like animated music videos and stuff. Maybe that's more what it's about. Somehow the bottle entice people in. Whatever. Not my concern. That goes an A though. That's good. Good stuff. Running out of room in S. Wait. Do all these belong in S? Are all these really that good? These for sure. Different reasons. That can go in A. I think that belongs in A. Yeah, that feels better. Why is this an S tier? That's not S tier. Get out of here. A. I can go in the A. Maybe. Where am I? Week 6. Yeah, 2 more. Week 6. What do I got? What song was this one? Oh, this is the Be Real week. Oh, obviously, yeah. Oh man. And what can I say? That's not already in the video. I literally, one of my students, I made this poster, except like the top part that's cut off of like the title and names. And one of my students presented it at conference campus. First time ever I've acted as a professor or teacher and helped another student present work and do research, acting as a research mentor or advisor to somebody and having somebody work under me. And I'm still getting used to that. I've only been doing it for less than a year now. It's been a lot of fun, a nice big endeavor. And nothing to do with this video or music or anything, but yeah, this poster at least, and the research I did into the app Be Real. There he is. There's that guy. And I've gotten into the practice, like, given that I, I keep forgetting, how to play my old songs on guitar. Like, a variety of songs that I didn't have in videos today. I had no idea how to play them. I'd have to, listen to them a bunch and, fiddle around on guitar to actually, relearn how to play them. I've gotten into the practice of writing down the notes that I play and the chords that I play, and trying to write down the lyrics, so making sure to build habits into getting everything into a physical format, and preparing everything for the future rather than just chaotically doing things as they come along. So yeah, I've this page here is not made for the PowerPoint. It is something I printed off and brought to hand to people so they can follow along with the lyrics as I played along. So new things represented by this video, but the video itself doesn't really do anything new or evocative. I mean, I'm glad I have it all recorded here, but nothing really exceptional that would make it an A or S tier video. I'll put that down to B's. Oh, and then the last one I uploaded. Oh, Type A. This is my Type A personality. This is the most work in progress song I've ever uploaded. Where I started writing it, I started writing it 2-3 days before I actually played it, I think. Or started putting it together a couple of days before I actually recorded this, but yeah. Boy, I always get a little lethargic Saturday evenings. Kind of contradictory to me trying to do these videos, because I have a lot more energy Thursdays and Fridays and Saturday mornings than I need to record. But it's relaxation time. I'm gonna really enjoy watching these videos later in life, I think, if I make it to later in life. Who knows? You never know. You can never bet on that sort of thing. That's a big part of why I'm recording, so just in case a random deer on the highway kills me, then I at least would have had a handful of videos uploaded to YouTube and some idea of my art and my thoughts on things out in the world. Definitely a wonderful aspect of YouTube has been just the permanence. It exists. It feels like it exists now. It's fantastic and wonderful, to play songs by yourself in isolation, on pieces of paper and with small groups of people and stuff. But something about the permanence of recording or publishing stuff, it just makes it feel like it's complete, it exists, and it's not a work in progress anymore. I felt that after putting up my AI Afterlife, the first video ever. Just that song exists now, where it was just this thing I practice and I play. It is a thing that's in the world, regardless of whether I'm in the world or not. Such a underrated and I hadn't really thought about it sort of feeling of permanence. I've definitely thought more about impact that one has on the world moving forward with YouTube and teaching and everything. Life's definitely changed a lot in this last 2 and almost a half years. I feel like I've grown substantially as a human being since, back in that initial video. Again, nothing really groundbreaking with this particular video. And that's the point of doing these weekly reports, is that it's just an update. It's just progress is being made regardless of if it's some big giant substantial thing or not. It's just gradually happening, and I'm trying to build more so. Click to add title. I had no idea. I had no idea that was there in like the last frame. Oh, secret. That's a secret Easter egg from the software I use to make these videos. Active presenter. Oh, so that's, I don't know. Nothing special about it again. Nothing wrong with it. I think, yeah, these just like maintenance videos are more just like B by default. Just they exist to get progress made. Nothing groundbreaking is happening in them. And then I guess there's this video. What am I gonna have as a thumbnail for this video? Should I stick with Kanye Tree and do an intermission? Oh, let's do that. I have to lean forward towards my computer, so I'll be talking quieter. More quietly, whichever one of those is correct. How do I do this? Control C. Control V. No, we don't want that. Let's do Control D. That duplicates in many types of software. It duplicates what you have selected. Control D is a useful tool in PowerPoint. So that's there. It's not week 8, it's week 7.5. Or oh, come on. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing it to me? No one will know. It's kind of obvious, but whatever. Now let's fix that. Control X to cut it. Control V to place it. Center it. Increase size to 72. There are different ways I could have done this, but on the spot right now, this is how I want to do it. Nope, we're not moving Kanye Tree. We're moving this. Nope, we're not moving Kanye Tree. We're moving this. Oh no. Now the end's off. How? Well, this might explain it. Yeah, that might explain a lot. Extra letters tend to do that. Not very much space over here. Typically with graphic design, you want a good amount of space around the edges. You don't want the text to be that close. And it moved everything. Let's scrap that idea. And try again. That'll have to work. That'll just have to work. But let's add a little flair to it. Oh, not cross through. We can't do a cross through because that's indicating something else. But we can definitely emphasize. Is that all we got? We don't got any other emphasis. I mean, of course. Bold, italicized, and underlined. That's good. That's good. That can be the thumbnail. Whatever. Oh, and then it's fun to just... I could right-click, and I think... Was there a way to save this picture from here? No, I don't think so. The correct way to do it is to save it as... Okay, here we are. One last time, so 3 times the recording filled my computer up with information and had to auto-stop itself. And let's finish this up. We have to finish up with the dumb joke of including the thumbnail for the current video in the analysis of all the videos. And what do I name them? I want to save it as a PNG, and it will be week intermission. Just this slide. Now, here's my completely unorganized folders. Where'd it go? No, here it is. The thumbnail for this video. Whatever. And that can get tossed. Right here. Now, what tier is this current video? It's not an S tier video. Way too long. But maybe that's an achievement, man. It's an accomplishment. I never made intentional, like, long form content before. So that's pretty cool. But I'm also just rambling about nonsense, just based on whatever comes to my mind when I look at a video. And I said some weird, stupid things, and I forgot to say some things that I meant to say. Hard to judge yourself in the moment. It's easy to do in retrospect. Definitely not a C tier video. Not mid. It's too funny to be mid. It would be A, but there's no room left in A. So I'll put it here at the end of S. And if I return to this in a year or so, I'm like, nah, this video is not an S tier video. Then I will dislike my own video and leave a nasty comment saying this video definitely does not deserve to be tier S. Yes. Anyway, I have an absolute ton of splicing together videos and creating this and waiting like 18 hours for this giant thing to get uploaded to YouTube to do. But yeah, I started early today. It's only 7:15 p.m. I'm usually recording at like 11 or something. I started, oh god, I think I started at like 3 something with this video, and now we're at 7:16. Well, I have a long time till this recording runs out of space, so I could just keep talking. Don't really have any particular purpose, any particular interests. And if people are watching my videos and listening to me ramble, they probably like listening to me just ramble about random nonsense and not having a point. So I'm giving more content. Let's listen. To my living environment and the sounds of it. You can hear a space heater. And perhaps throughout the video the actual like apartment heater came on for the whole apartment, but I have a space heater in here specifically to keep it warmer around where I work. The fridge might have come on a few times, left some white noise. It's the constant sound of the laptop fan. Random beeps from outside. And the microphone captures a lot of like air passing through it, just like the sound of air moving across it. Let's turn it off for a second. Or flip the switch right here and hear the silence. And you might be able to hear me a little bit. I said you might be able to have heard me a little bit. It's a nice switch on this microphone that lets you subtract 20 decibels from it, which essentially turns it off. If you don't know, decimals lie along a logarithmic scale. So if you go from 70 decibels to 80 decibels, like normal human conversation, if you're talking at like a normal volume in public with someone, I think it hits around 70 decibels or so, just to give some frame of mind. That's like and like a really loud rock concert is like 120 decibels if you're standing like right in front of the speakers. Like a jet goes off next to you, like super high, damage your eardrums kind of sounds. And the way it works is like if you have 70 decibels and 80 decibels, if you go from 70 to 80 and that making the sound louder, it will be 10 times louder. Yes. And if you go from 70 to 60, it will be 10 times softer. So it doesn't work on the same way as like a temperature scale of like there's the same distance between 40 and 50 degrees as there is between 50 and 60 degrees. In decibels, there's a much larger difference between 50 and 60 than there is between 40 and 50. So if you go down by 20 decibels, that reduces the sound that goes into the microphone to 1/100th of what it would normally be if it was recording. So when I flick this switch, you hear me at 1/100th of the volume, as if this were on. Cool stuff. We used to have on campus a 30 decibel sound attenuation room where if you sat in it, it would reduce all sound from the outside to 1/1000th of its loudness. So it's like an anechoic chamber, a very quiet room. And if you sit in there long enough, you get very unnerved, and it's just too quiet, so you can like hear your like blood vessels, and there's like no ambient sounds around you, which cause a lot of disturbance in your mind. Like we're used to hearing the constant flow of air conditioners and the buzz of various appliances and whatnot, and sound of cars driving by, and people living around us, and animals moving around, and wind, and yada 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 yada. And if you have to actually sit in a room with good sound attenuation, very unnerving, and like it's too quiet. Okay. So, what else to talk about? For the rest of the videos, said maybe not gonna happen once every week. I'll try to make it happen, but at least 6 more videos to do 6 more songs. While I do this, and like while I do this entire journal, I realized that most people who are going to watch this, if that many people watch this, are going to be doing so after all of them have already been released. So who really cares in the slightest if they come out every week or not? That's more on me, that I feel bad when I don't do it every week. Oh, it's been such a struggle over Over the last little less than a year or so, last 10 months or so, trying to establish habits and more refined schedules for things, to do things at like a normal pace and make progress on long-term things over in increments like this, like weekly increments. If I didn't have these journals pushing me like mentally to make progress and like put stuff up online, I would have made a fraction of the progress toward this album, and I might not even have like finished some of the songs or started some of the songs if I didn't have like the incentive to create these. So as much as I feel a slight tinge of sadness of not uploading something once a week, I also that's only a tinge, and then the rest is not really caring. Or more so just being happy that I'm still doing it and not taking 4-month or 8-month break or however long the longest break of mine has been. Hopefully I can keep up going, but I don't really know if I'll be able to finish every aspect of the album by the end of like journal week 13. Like I still have, like, as sort of evidence from today's little excursion into the past, there's so many steps involved in like realizing the visualizer, realizing the audio mixing, realizing the sound setup, etc. that I've kind of talked about in detail before. And that even if I do like one big thing a week, which would be a massive struggle considering everything else that's going on, and I'm not sure I'd be able to get it refined enough. Like I have a higher expectation this time around, and I may, after I'm finished with this weekly journal, I may just stop doing the journals and instead do like sporadic updates for a few months until summer comes around, and I have like last time, I have a month to just sit and do nothing but work on music and work on figuring all the aspects of this art out. And then maybe by that time I'll stop putting air quotes around art when I talk about my art, because I'll have actually made it into something that is some combination of a product and art and self-expression. I'll have found the balance by then of what people want and what I want. And then maybe I'll be comfortable marketing myself a little. Like I've so far done exactly zero of that, other than like, hey, you're my friend and you like music. Here, I make music. And there's even people in my lives, like my cousin makes music. I haven't even told him I've released an album. He probably doesn't even know. And a bunch of other people. I don't want to be this weird, like, hey, I make stuff. Look at this. Because then, people think you're trying to get famous. People think you're trying to get like money and stuff from it. When really I just really like to just talk about art stuff more and have more people around who know I'm doing it and be able to share with people and stuff. It's such a complicated little balance. There's too much of that bullshit advertising nowadays, where literally every human being in the world just wants to be an attention whore and wants to be an influencer and be on YouTube and be famous on Instagram and have podcasts and crap. And I don't mind doing that stuff if it serves some purpose other than just getting me attention, but that just seems like it just seems like 99% of what exists out there as content, as podcasts and videos and stuff. It provides nothing to the world. It's just content for the sake of it. Just the 30,000th person's opinion on this video game, the 30,000th person's opinion on this musical album, or the 30 millionth person's original song that they post to YouTube and post to Facebook groups and Reddit and stuff. Like, I don't want to be just one other pixel in the static screen of noise, and one more brick in the wall, and a more archaic version of that. No. But kind of sucks that society's kind of gone that way towards just attention. Actually, I don't know if society's actually gone that way. Maybe just that's been my focus mentally for the last year and a half, and I've definitely felt it. Like I noticed myself noticing it more, if that makes sense. Like if you're making an album about advertisements, you see advertisements literally everywhere. And you make an album about obsession, like my first album was, and about the other things in my first album, I saw those everywhere. And my third album, whatever that's going to be about, maybe I'll make it about Flanders and Dumpies and stuff, and I'll reincorporate that song into it. And then that's all I'll see is just people's butts all the time. And then the world will be about butts for me. But I'll know once I release this album and have moved past the thinking about ads and stuff, whether it's something that actually exists in the world or not. I mean, it definitely does. But I think it's overblown in my mind. How long's this fourth recording been going on? I kind of want to just keep talking until it kicks me out again, just randomly, and not have a formal ending to this. But I also want to go eat food. Technically, my dinner time's at 8 p.m. I go to sleep pretty late at 1 a.m., so 8 p.m. is not too late. Let's see. How long can I extend this video beyond its the time it should have died? Any instruments I haven't shown yet? I have 5 instruments around me, from smallest size to biggest size: ukulele, baritone ukulele, travel guitar, electric guitar, full body guitar. Also have another ukulele that's nicer, another baritone ukulele that's worse, that was in the videos, another travel guitar, another electric guitar, a weird ukulele called a folkulele that makes a brief appearance in the Reminiscent in the AM video in the background. You can Google it if you want. But I'll just Google it for you anyway, who cares? And no, not Folk Alley. How do you spell ukulele? Oh wow, is it not like Googleable? I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Wow, it doesn't exist on the internet. At least in the images category. Search only folkulele, please. Well, okay, I'm thinking it may have been called something else. Let me go get it. I'll be back in a minute. This is a surprise instrument discussion. This is a folkulele. I'm somewhat sure that that's what it's called. I'll check my search history or something and just make sure, because Google is making me question myself, or the spelling of it at least. With this long ukulele, it's so long. And all of this part is just, it does nothing for the instrument. The purpose of this, it was made back in hippie times, in the 60s, for like 1 year. And you were intended to, it was intended that you smashed this side of the ukulele into the sand. Like you would bring it to the beach, and then while you weren't playing, you went out, or while you weren't playing the instrument, you were going like swimming or whatever, you could like stab this into the sand and it would stick the instrument into it without it having to touch the ground. It has these interesting little paddles to adjust the strings. Interesting design. It sounds basically just like a ukulele, but I don't have any strings on it because it requires longer strings, which I could find if I searched around, I guess, but at some point I will. I did write a song specifically for this, for the ukulele. The only song ever specifically written for ukulele, as far as I know, but then when the strings broke and I just put off buying a new string for it for who knows how long, because it still doesn't have a new string, so yeah. At some point. It's also really, really difficult to keep in tune. And it kind of sounds like garbage, like the wood and everything, because it's really cheap and it's more meant as a novelty thing. To, you know, trick hippies into buying it. Oh. It's really cool. Really cool. One of the coolest pieces of wood I own, I guess. At least top 5. I have another cool piece of wood. Hold on. Sorry for the accidental crotch shots. This is the coolest piece of wood I own. This is a walking stick, I guess. It was just from a random tree that like me and my family cut down in my grandparents' house one year. And it has this wonderful spiral indentation in it from where a vine had wrapped around the limb of the tree. And then when you take the vine off, that's a cool spiral tree limb. That with a little modification, I could use it as a walking stick. I just keep it around because it's a cool stick. That's a man thing I'm learning, is that people just like cool sticks. If I ever become a wizard, it would be a good wizard staff. I have to put some sort of dragon head or crystal at the end of it, or some all-seeing eye or something. That would be nice. Any other excuses for me to walk away from the camera for a minute, because I think it's hilarious. All kinds of stuff I could show you, like all the physical products and stuff I could grab and talk about those. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, let's extend the length of this even longer. I'm here, I just gotta make room. Give me a minute. Ah! I gotta move these instruments out of the way. To make room for more things. that should be good enough. Alrighty. What random stuff was in this pile of physical things? Good. Well, I'll start with let's start with Jesus Christ. He's cool. See him? Oh, we can make this bigger. Dun dun. Oh yes. We see. We have Jesus Christ. This was left on my door, like in my door, by some Latter-day Saints. Just a little picture of white Jesus. I say white Jesus because Jesus wasn't white. I don't know what this weird image of like muscular, white, like light brown, like almost like blondish, reddish hair Jesus is. This whiteified colonizer Jesus. But I fixed him a bit. I gave him my artistic touch. Real Jesus was, if he existed, some variation of brown, Middle Eastern looking person. There are depictions of him on the internet if you want to watch me Google that in 2 seconds. Oh, there we go. That's Jesus right there. That guy. And probably him. He's happier. What else would you expect from someone born over there during that time and living in the sun all the time? Oh, but no. We have white, like, I don't know, schoolboyified, feminized, whiteified, Jesus. Ridiculous. I especially love pictures where Jesus is wearing a cross. Like, seriously, bro? That's literally an execution method. It's a little silly that Christians adopted his method of execution as a symbol, and then so much so that it makes it into random paintings of him. Oh yeah, I forget that you don't see my whole screen. You just see what's in OBS over here. Anyway, here's Jesus with a cross. I don't know if you got to see. There, this is. Yeah. But people like their deities to look like them, Whatever. Religion's a funny thing. Not my thing. Let's see. I got 3 or 4 variations of this that I've gone over. Like, I don't want to use the same one too much. For, like, obvious reasons. It'll get stinky and moldy. And since it's just like the basic blue version, it's not like specialty made or anything, can't be washed or anything. No means no. From the sexual assault awareness on campus. That's cool. I was given this by the person who recorded that Love Ya video. So I keep it around as part of the art. And this was a nice little paper boat. Cool little thing. And given to me by another person another of my students who found interest in my art and interest in whatnot. and gave me those. Here's the actual cigarette box of Vermilion Waves I had printed, and I mean it's crappy now because I brought it over to the UK and used it for actual cigarettes. Like it's actually like spec'd and designed to hold cigarettes as well. And people would ask about it, and I'd be like, oh, it's my album. Actually, one person asked about it. Mostly it was in my pocket. Back when I smoked. Sad days. Well, no, happy days. Just sad that I was smoking. Would have been happier without it. Of stickers. Oh, look at that. Yeah. The pseudoscientific, so far model. It's a much more accurate like representation of the actual band and its theories and stuff than this one. Oh yeah, they're a lot yellower. You know, it's not actually yellow; it's safety green, but still, they're a lot brighter in person. First stickers I ever made for my band, pretty cool. It might have been the first like physical thing ever I made for my band. Like, not really an attempt at marketing. That's like I come up with the idea for a design of like, oh, it would be cool to have like my cat's face with my symbols of the 3D glasses and X and colors and stuff and the name and everything. And I made just the design. And what am I gonna do with it? I'm gonna, well, first of all, make a t-shirt. Usually what I do, I've been making t-shirts since I was in my early 20s. And this one had a makeshift, like a tentative logo on it, because I hadn't really come up with a good New Theory logo yet. But it's nice. It looks like a construction worker's shirt. It's very bright and shiny, and I would never wear it out unless I was like performing, I guess. I've only worn it a couple times, like in front of classes and stuff. Kitty face. But I make stickers. I like stickers and I like t-shirts. And those stickers do a great job of serving as like a business card. I can hand somebody this and be like, oh, what does it look like to you? And then of course they're going to say it looks like an eye, and then I can explain the scientific theory. Or if it's an artistic person, I can be like, the colors represent this, or the font represents this, or if it's a person who likes stickers, I could be like, I like making stickers. There's tons of things I can talk about while handing somebody a sticker of my band. But again, usually after I get into a conversation with someone and I like them and I've known them for a little bit and they are curious about my musical interests, then I will pull one of these out. This is not a please pay attention to me sort of thing. 3 glasses. These are $9. Started, there's a lab I taught, like a psychology lab, where we use 3D glasses like this on a yearly basis, so they need to be sturdy and like real. So these are like plastic 3D glasses, scientific grade. The colors are perfectly cyan and red. So they last a long time. They're really cool. An interesting thing to own, just in general. So I bought some myself. You can get a pair for $18 shipped to you. Yeah. I've already shown this, but here's like here's a cigarette carton, just in cardboard or cardstock form, not folded up and glued together. Nice T-shirt of the New Theory logo, and like the vertical version of it on the back, which has its own separate sort of meaning. Or not separate, but complementary, different perspective of looking at it, which is in that video that explains it. None of this is for sale, by the way, nor do I think it will ever be for sale. If anything, I've thought about, I own the New Theory website, like newtheory.com, so I can, it's nothing right now. I haven't learned website design yet. That's another giant endeavor I need to go on. But I think I'm just gonna like upload the like PDFs and PowerPoint files and stuff. So if anyone wants to make like a shirt or just to own and print this thing off themselves, they can just do it for free. And I mean, stickers, I can give them the design and they can print off stickers themselves if they want, but I don't really have any vested interest in making any money from any of this, unless it just happens. And then I put this in a picture, like poster form, 11 by 17, to have in my apartment. And also, since I gave a speech on it in person, like I said, so, and there was no PowerPoint, so I had to like stand there with this and like point to things. Cool thing to have. I was proud of overall this design. It took a lot of thought and effort and purpose to think of all the aspects of it, and especially how it can shift and have completely complementary meanings depending on if it's vertical or horizontal. Oh, there's so much crap around me now. This is I don't know why this is here with this other stuff. It has nothing to do with my music, but just a rainbow, like little bracelet thing. Cause bracelet, as I call them. I went to my first Pride parade last summer. I'm just like a cis, straight, white male. Nothing special about my sexuality or gender or anything, but very supportive after all these years studying psychology, of just accepting people for who they are and not trying to fight it to make your own life better by controlling other people's thoughts and lives. Here's my nicer ukulele. It's an Inya. Very unique design. Kind of reminiscent of an actual like guitar in shape. Floral almost. Holes in it. Yes. It's a lot harder. I can't really do the "You'll come" thing. That's why I brought out the old ukulele, because it has a hole in it. You can like sing into it. I can do it here too. I can definitely like use other instruments for it, but not this one. It's not meant for that. It's smaller. I think it's a soprano or something, a tenor, but whichever one the highest is, it's that, like the smallest and highest pitch ukulele. Even though you played exactly like the smaller, or exactly like the other one. Good stuff. It sounds really nice too. Really pleasant. Here's another random thing that was laying around my apartment. This plugs into my electric guitar, or like a ukulele or whatever music port, and it acts as like an amplifier, so I can listen to electric guitar without plugging it into an amp. And there's like a little headphone jack and some basic effects, so I can walk around my apartment while listening to me play electric guitar. A cool thing to own, cool thing to have. I'm running out of stuff here. Really running out of stuff. Let's see. I never really use picks, guitar picks. I own quite a few. It feels so unnatural. You have to hold your hand in this very restrictive way. And it makes it like super loud. And like the loudness of the instrument is more important than the emotions that can be expressed through your fingers. Yeah, I like using, for guitar picks, I mean, I don't really have much of a preference since I don't use them too much, but when I do, I like these. Aren't really guitar picks. These are little inserts that go into the collars of dress shirts, but they're like hard, and they're meant to like keep your dress shirts like pointy and looking like they're perfectly ironed and starched or whatever, and keep them from wrinkling up. But they're like the exact right thickness and